You're thinking to yourself, there's no way that Kismet is starting up a stream right now. There is no way. Hello and welcome, everybody. You ever like doze off and you're like, okay, finally going to sleep? Especially if you're someone like me with sleep apnea and also insomnia. And you just doze off and you're like, okay, finally, awesome. And then half a second later, you wake up, which is really 2 hours in real life, but to you feels like a few seconds. And then you lay there. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had this problem, and if you can see and hear me, where you're just laying there, and time seems to drag on, and it's just like going on forever, and you can't sleep. That's me. So I said, you know what? Let's go. Come on. I'm going to have all these ideas for Satisfactory and things I want to do from last night and whatnot. And I said, you know what? It's time to stream. I haven't streamed this early in a long time, everybody. I used to actually stream at this time, way back in the day when I first started streaming. I used to stream about this time in the morning, real early, like around 8 o'clock in the morning I'd get up, or I get up around 11 and I'd stream then. But yeah, I actually prefer the nighttime because then I'm not interrupted every 5 seconds. When you have children and you have wife and you have all that stuff, when you're up during the day, just everybody seems to need something from you every 10 seconds, which is funny because my wife's going to call in about 5 seconds. You watch. Hey, I need you to do this thing. I heard you're awake, so I got this giant list of things for you to do. You know how it goes. Thanks for being here, everybody. I know we just left each other just a few hours ago, but hey, you know what? I got some ideas, and when I got ideas, my brain is firing on all cylinders. Well, at least as many cylinders that are still working. We're going to get into it. Hey, Olaf, great to see you. Thanks for coming in. The D showing some love. What's up? Olaf and the D giving those ones in there. You either know what I'm talking about or you can see it here. I'll take either. I'll take either at this point. Now, we're going to get into some more Satisfactory, everybody. And I think it's time. I think it's time to kind of turn the corner on this playthrough. Let's get all you guys in here on this particular playthrough where we focus less on progression and more on optimizing every single thing that we're doing. And one of those things that I was talking about previously is maxing out all the inputs. Now, one of the smart things to do, which I should have done at the very beginning of this playthrough, is to start to figure out your inputs and then start to name your nodes. Meaning that this is node number 1, this is node number 2, this is node number 3, how much is the inputs and the outputs. So you don't ever have to run back and basically check on what the heck your nodes are at. And of course, spreadsheets are great for that. And you know how I love to do spreadsheets up here in the stream, and that you guys can also go ahead and access and get an idea out. And we're going to create it. We're going to create it today. We're also going to create some new designs and whatnot with the blueprint. I think the blueprint is one of the things that has activated my creativity the most in Satisfactory. And Satisfactory is already a phenomenal game. But to go in and make it my way and build it the way that I want to build it and basically take it from the square boxes that we've been doing and basically go and say, okay, now we want to go in and optimize it, right? How can we reduce parts, take out walls, take out stuff that we don't need so it uses less resources but produces the same thing or more things? And we're going to try a bunch of stuff to go in and get it going. So we got a big day today. We're going to get into it. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be playing some 76 after this, but maybe I'll do this for a little while, then I'll rest, we'll do some 76, or I'll be doing this all day, and then we'll be doing 76 for a little bit, and then I'll rest, and then I'll come back tonight, and so on and so forth. But I say we click the button right over there, we dive into some Satisfactory, and we have some fun, everybody, because that's what this stream's all about. Let's go. It's like I'm playing hooky or something, everybody. You ever get that feeling? I'm playing hooky from my normal streams. Let's go. Sometimes it's like I'd taken off from work to play games here on stream or something, but this is what I do anyway. I've already got all my other stuff running, so I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I got tons of videos that are still processing over here. Oh my gosh. I've been streaming so much that it's really having trouble keeping up with my videos. This video's got 6 hours left. I've got 3 other videos there, and then the one from last night, which hasn't even been queued yet. And geez, it's just an absolute ton of stuff going over there. But yeah, we'll just let that keep on running. How we doing on these retweets over here? Look at you guys already getting it going. Come on, let's get it fired up right there. Follow that link right there in the chat. Go up there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button, get yourself even more Kiss Caps, because that's a new one, so you can get even more utilizing that one there. Okay, so where do we leave off? Well, where we left off last time was we're working on our nuclear power, and we're absolutely destroying it at this point. We've got enough nuclear power to have 10 nuclear powers running right now, but we only got 4. And the reason why is because we don't want to have so much waste material that we have to manage it. Now, there is some things in here that I have in here that are now obsolete, including this stuff right over here. I'm going to hit G just to get the biomass burners. And then I'm going to go ahead and roll down there. And then I'm going to get these over here. And we're going to take these biomass burners. Oh, look at us go. Look at us. Oh, we're going to take all these out today, too. Look at us dropping stuff on the ground already. Let's go in here and sort this first. You know what? Let's move this out from in front of this thing. I kind of don't like that thing in front. There we go. All right, let's store all of our stuff that we're working on right there. And now we got to get rid of all these darn boxes. Right here. Now, this is like the next level revamp of my entire camp, and this is what I wanted to do after I got my nuclear power going. We have all of these kind of cross lines that I did just temporarily so that I could start up my factory. And all of these are actually independent from all of the other lines, which means all my stuff is still going to run, in theory. It's going to run just fine. Because that was just kind of a biomass to get our coal going, and then once our coal is going, we get our oil going, and our oil, of course, took us to the nuclear level. All right, and we've just got a bunch of resources back, including a ton of solid biofuel. Now, we've got a bunch of resources sitting in this one as well. I'm going to go ahead and take that all out, except for these right here. And we're going to go ahead and put some of this stuff back in the box. I'm going to go tell it to sort it back in the thing, because that's what we got right here in the back. We've got a giant mega sorter, which is going to sort all of these random stuff in there. This we don't need to sort. Let's see, turbo fuel back in there, control rods, sheets back in there. Let's see, a little bit of cable, a little bit of concrete. Let's put all that stuff back in there. Holy mackerel, got a lot of all of that stuff. All right, there we go. So we'll put that stuff back in there that I'm not really using right now, and then we'll put all this back in here. Now I'm going to go ahead and use this and all my other stuff I had over here. Now we're also going to look through here and see if there's anything else that we really need that we could get out of our inventory for right now. I would probably just shrink down a lot of this stuff so you only have like a single stack of that stuff. Maybe this down. Again, just a single stack is more than enough. Now, when it comes to plates, that you want to have a lot of over here, because we're going to probably be using a lot of foundations, though we're going to be picking stuff up, so we're also going to end up with that. Steel pipes and steel bars, we're going to need those. Definitely need a full stack of these. Let's get a full stack of motors. We might need those later on. Definitely some quick wire. Let's stack that in there nicely. We've got this. We got one of these. We got a stack of that. It's kind of like a, you know, stack of this, stack of that, stack of this kind of thing. Let's clean that up just a little bit. All right, what else we got over here that we can just stack in there? Anything? Oh, this is like a full stack there. Let's take that full stack. We got our full stack of all that. Okay, there we go. Now, the other thing we're definitely going to need, concrete. Now, over here, I made a note of doing a bunch of miners. I'm just going to clear that for now. We'll come back to that later on. But we definitely want to get a whole stack of concrete going here. Now, the funny irony is the first thing that we're going to work on is concrete, because that is what I consider object number 1, or production number 1. And the reason why is because everything that you see is pretty much the benefit of producing massive sums of concrete. And so that is where we should start. And this time we're going to be creative. Instead of just making quick boxes to be productive, we're going to be more creative in what we do. Now, of course, the best place to start is at the beginning, and we're going to make sure that we have our boosters. We do. And we're going to run down here to our original node that is actually doing most of our concrete throughout the whole entire playthrough. This concrete node right over here. It's currently outputting 240, but that's going to be nothing, everybody. We're going to actually take this and quadruple this up on this level right here as well. And we're going to do some designs around the node itself. So the first thing we need to do is double check there's nothing in there. There we go. All right, we're going to take that out. And we're just basically going to tear all of this down. Boom, gone. All of this down, gone. We're going to try not to drop anything. We got plenty of room in our inventory. And all of this got to go down here, except for our power. We'll leave our power for right now. All of that out of there. Now, also over here, we've got another miner. I always leave an extra miner, so when I go to upgrade to level 3, I have that extra miner. But I did bring some extra with me, and we've also picked up the node. Now, on the node itself, one of the things that is tough, if you're putting down your foundations, like this, and we can snap it by hitting Control, and that snaps it to the world grid. And we can go in and we can try to get this nicely lined up to the world grid, but I can tell you that sucks already. I can tell you just from experience that sucks. Now, we can go ahead and try to put our miner in there. We're just going to use a level 1 miner while we're testing, because that's going to make it easier. But you can see that sucker is floating. Also, it's not centered. It's centered within this thing, right, down the node, down the center of the thing, but it's not centered within one of these foundations. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all this back out again. And this time, we're going to use, instead of using our actual master grid of our base, what I call the Rosetta Stone, right? You start with your one piece, and then everything else is linked to that piece and is aligned to that piece. Because we can actually bridge that alignment or bridge that gap between the alignment of, say, a separate base over here and our base just simply by lifting and running a belt, and then we could have that belt bridge that gap on that end and not have to actually run it perfectly to the node. Now, of course, the first thing we want to start with is the miner. So we're going to go ahead and put the miner down, and we're going to get this going. We're going to go ahead and fly around now that we have our hover pack here, whatever this thing's called. Hover pack, yeah. We got our hover pack, and we're going to get it going. Now, one of the things that I like to do is to try to get things going. Let's actually save so we know where we're starting here. Let's go ahead and save right here, because I have a feeling this is going to crash the game, because we're going to try a whole bunch of stuff. What up, Abs? What up, Prod D? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate ya. Chilling out here in this bonus stream. Kismet can't sleep, so it's all good for all of you. That's a good thing for all of you. All right, so the first thing I would do is go to a splitter. Now, I wish you could put a splitter on the end, but one of the things that I did learn is if you do try to put a splitter there, you can hit H and then click it. And that crashes the game. Now, it'd be awesome if that actually attached to the front of that thing. I knew that was going to do that, everybody, because you're not really supposed to put the splitter inside there. Remember, this is also the experimental version, so I have a feeling a lot of the things we're going to try today is going to cause it to crash. So get that in mind. Don't worry, we saved right before that, so hopefully we can go right back to it. But our goal is to align ourselves to that extractor so that we can build out something around the extractor and maybe even build out something that can be blueprinted over and over again to be used with our extractor. So there we go. So we saved. Awesome. Awesome. I just had a feeling, everybody. I had a feeling that was going to happen. All right. So it would be awesome if we could go in and do that, where we could just snap this to the front and then use that to align. But that's not really an alignment object. An alignment object would be like a foundation. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but if you hold down Control and you go ahead and run in front of the foundation, you're going to see this kind of jumping around of the foundation. And very rarely do I use this, but you can actually do this. Look at that. So that actually is snapping right underneath the node. If you learn one thing in my stream, everybody, that's the one to learn, because look how sweet that snaps right under there, right? And they fixed that. I forget if it was last time or time before, but they made that line up, mwah, beautiful, just like that, except for I don't want it to light up like that. I want it to light up exactly where my things are perfectly aligned so I can use the minimum amount of things. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool stuff. Again, holding down control, and I'm putting it in front of it a little bit out, and then boom, we can then snap it in, look good. Now, another thing I might consider is, wait a minute, that might be good. I could go ahead and also integrate my storage in with my actual extractor here. Now, again, remember, if you hit H as a hologram, you can actually move this stuff around if it's on a foundation, which is pretty sweet. So I might want to think about also integrating it, but it's not quite wide enough, right? So if I had one here that was just the extractor and then one next to it, it'd be even better. Now, also what we're going to do is we're going to get out a little thing that we need to do here, because we got to take out this evil nature, which is in our way. Take this, evil nature. There we go. So we're going to use our chainsaw to kind of clear the area here. One of these games, everybody, I'm going to go through and I'm going to take out every single plant life in this game. Every single one. And this is not really Satisfactory's fault. I blame Fallout 4. Fallout 4 has the most obnoxious plants that come through your base the whole entire time while you're trying to build your base. I hate that. I hate it with the little plants coming through the floor. It shouldn't do it. I don't like it. I don't want it. Stop doing it. And of course, I don't know if it's me. You can thank me, or you can thank all the other people like me who get triggered by that. And the fact that they fixed that in Fallout 76. Did you know that? Yeah, they absolutely did. When you put a foundation down, it clears all the plants and whatnot, typically in that area. Now, of course, it's not perfect, but, you know, it does a good job of, way better job than it does in Fallout 4. And of course, here with the chainsaw, we cut this and it actually clears everything around that particular area. And then to pick up the plants, I have to actually hit H to hide my chainsaw, which I don't know why they did that. I don't know if that's a mistake or, you know, on purpose. But I know I don't like it. I wish I could just do that, then hit H on the ones I want to pick up. Or hit E on the ones I want to pick up. H is hiding your stuff. So again, we're going to just clear some of this stuff and then hit H to hide. Then I can hit E. I do this very much in the beginning of the game. Actually, this will give you like carpal tunnel if you do this too much. I actually find that my E finger starts getting, my index finger starts getting tired at the beginning of the game because I hit it so much to kind of clear those bushes. All right, there we go. Now we got all the foliage out of the way so we can really see what we want to do here with this particular location. Now, before we get started, this may seem totally off topic, but it is actually part of what we want to do. We want to throw down the awesome sink, and we want to throw down the awesome shop. Right down here. Oh, we don't have any screws. Okay, no worries. No worries. Let's go ahead and run ourselves some power. Let's go ahead and get to our hypertube. Oh, it's already on there. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll run back and we'll grab some screws out of the box here. I know I had some in there. And again, we're going to start with our concrete. Now, our mission is to max our inputs. That's what we're going to try to do. And we're going to take it one input at a time, and we're going to think it through, and we're going to try to think different ways. We're going to try to think different than all of this, right? And this is pretty impressive. I don't care who you are. There's a lot of stuff going on simultaneously. But I think we can always do better. Always assume that you can do better, because I know you can. You absolutely can do better each and every time. So I'm going to go ahead and take some of this extra stuff that I just picked up. Oh, not that. Extra stuff that I just picked up, leaves and whatnot, drop that off. I'm going to get rid of the limestone because I don't want to carry that around. We want to keep all this other goodies. We'll keep that, and we've got a little screws because that'll just save us from making them. I could make them out of rods if I wanted to, but I can just run back, grab them just that much faster, and then drop that stuff off. Way over here. Oh, so many places still to explore. Right over there. Now, this is actually going to stop our production when we're over here fooling around with this, but that's okay. Okay, so we need some screws so we can make our awesome shop. And we're going to put it down right here. Now, if you go to the awesome sink while it's unplugged, it'll say no power, and you can't really see what's going on. Now, if you're like me, you know that all the awesome sinks are tied together. So if I just turn this one on here and give it some power and I go in there, well, guess what? I got 94 coupons in there. Now, I've got more coupons back over there, but all of this time has been running QuickWire in there. Now, QuickWire is one of the greatest things in the game for the awesome sink. I think the cost of it is low. You usually have such an obscene amount of it right from the very beginning, from when you first start that node. Even if it's a course node, everybody, just run that stuff in there because you're going to have tons of extra, right? You're going to have plenty of extra stuff for you to use. So we're going to go ahead and print out all of these, and we're going on a shopping spree. That's right. Who doesn't love a shopping spree, right? Let's go in here to the Fix It shop. We got 94 coupons. We already bought a bunch of this stuff in here, right there. But what we need to do, we'll come back and get all the other goodies. I think we got all of that. Foundations, we'll come back and get all that. But what we want is we want architecture items, right? Now, one of the items that you can get are railings, which I already have, and then, of course, this road barrier. Now, a while ago, I discovered this road barrier actually is pretty decent. So let's go ahead and get that for when you're trying to align stuff. Also, I use the railing, or I might use catwalks or anything like that. The whole point of it, and we'll get this industrial beam as well, the whole point of it is to use it like scaffolding, like alignment, which we do a lot in this stream, right? I do a lot of that kind of play for sure. So if we go into architecture here, and we can try out all of our stuff. So we're going to come back to road barrier toward the end. But what we're going to do is we're going to try modern railing. Now, if you look at the railing will go right down the center. And you're like, well, that's because you have your foundations down. Let's take the foundations out. Now let's take the railing and let's go ahead and hold down control. And you can see that that actually is snapping to the front of that item. It's actually snapping there, right there. Now, the same thing is if we go through and go industrial railing, it'll snap, but it doesn't let you put it down. That's the biggest problem. If you go to, let's go try these metal beams. I don't think I've ever tried the metal beams, but let's go ahead and try them like this. And, oh, actually, that actually works. I don't think I've ever tried the metal beams. Awesome. That actually works, everybody. Cool. Let's try it with some foundations. Can we get some foundations to snap to it? I think we actually could. Okay. Well, hey, look at me go, everybody. I learned something new today. See, I like to try new stuff just like I like to show you guys good stuff. Now, one of the ones we used to use in the old days when it first came out is the road barrier right here. Now, the road barrier will actually let you put it down. Right there. Boom. Perfectly in there. And then what you can do is, of course, take your foundations and snap it to the side of the road barrier. But we already did that, right? We could just do that just by holding down control and running it out in the front like we just did a minute ago. We don't want it to be centered in there or off-centered like that. We want it to be right down the center of the line like we just did. So actually what I just did was better than doing that because that's going to do the side and do the thing. I actually like the other way better. And the only way to do it is to try new stuff, which I actually just learned that, everybody. You learned it right here on the stream along with me. So there we go. So we're going to click that. We're going to put that straight up and down. That's my new favorite thing, other than putting my stuff. Look at that. Boom. Snaps right into that foundation. That foundation's perfectly aligned to this. Ah, we just learned something awesome. Look at us go. Come on, let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. That is beautifully, perfectly right in there, right like that, using our support pole. Look at that. Minimum use, minimum distance, right there. That is a thing of beauty right there. That is a thing of beauty, right? Come on, I just learned that, and so did you. And see, this is what I do in the stream here. I pass it on to you guys. Now, I want to actually take that out. Why do I want to take it out? Because this is going through my foundations, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So we're going to go ahead and do this to raise it up just a little bit. Then we're going to take this and raise it up just a little bit. And you get the idea, so we can cover that up. And then we can take this out. Now, the whole thing is to get the alignment down. Once you have the alignment, you're free to do whatever. As long as you leave the pieces in there, you can mix and match and do whatever you want to do. Now, do we want it to be floating? Absolutely not. We want it to, of course, to be going down into the ground in a nice solid foundation like this. So we feel like, okay, that's pretty solid. For sure, that could fit in there and hold that thing up. And again, I didn't even know that, but I just had an idea. And when you have an idea, that's a powerful thing because you use your idea on your knowledge. Now, here's the problem. Is it going to snap back in there where we had it, right? We're going to move it around. We're going to try to get this. Oh, there it was. Just for a split second there. We got to get that node. Boom, snap back in there. All right, perfect. Now, if you notice, it's up a little bit higher. The trickiest part is this line here needs to be wherever the center of this snaps, and it's right here. So we just barely can snap it in there, but it got in there, and that's good. Now we got it. That is perfectly aligned to itself, not to anything else, not to the world grid, but to itself. And now we got that. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Now, what I would do is extend this out. Why would I extend it out? Because what you want is you want to create a backlog of resources right from the very beginning. And you want those resources to be going as fast as it possibly can. So now that we have the miner in, we're going to go ahead and say, you know what? We don't want to mark 1 miner. What do we want? We want to mark 3 miner because that's as fast as it's ever going to go in the game. So we're going to add that to our to-do list. We need a turbo motor. All right, let's go get it. Let's go get some turbo motors. Now, we have actually been working on every single different type of resource, and we're going to try to revamp, well, as many as we can get done today, little by little, and now we have a secret. Now, me and you know a secret, and I just learned a secret on doing that. I like that way better than the other way. The other way, you have to kind of work it back and forth to get it lined up, or you can do the split mode and then just make it wider, but that was perfectly down the center, and it actually leveled itself to the bottom of the extractor. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty amazing. Okay, what are we looking for? Turbo motors. Oh, they're way on the other side. Let's go. Now, all of this stuff is working in tandem, but we need to think about, and I had this vision, which I do a lot when I'm playing 7 Days to Die or Fallout, or I'm playing games like Satisfactory. I go to sleep and I dream of this stuff, everybody. I really do. I really dream of this stuff and think, whoa, wait a minute. If I did this, that would be amazing. And in this case, if I could revamp my extractors in such a way that would make it much easier for me to use less resources, but also add more features to it, that would be amazing, I think. Now, on that side, way over there, we have a massive backlog of the base resources, right? Of the actual extraction resources. And I feel like this is something I would love to do at the beginning of the game, is to just start backlogging the raw resources. Just have boxes and boxes and boxes of it. Because in the beginning, you can't process all that. You just simply don't have the power capacity to process that much resources. But if, say, you had the ability to extract faster than you could use it, then you could backlog that into boxes. And then when you did have the ability to run it fast enough, then you could go ahead and run it. So let's go back over here. Let's go ahead and put our level 3 miner in. Again, this one's going to be tricky. Kind of feel like I aim off to the side and it seems to work better. There we go. Boom. Now we're talking, everybody. Now we're talking by base. Base extraction is 480. So we just went from 240 to 480. We just doubled it only just by putting the thing down. Now, we have not overclocked our extractors. I suggest overclock every single extractor. It's less work for you. It's less work overall in the game. So you definitely want to overclock those extractors. So the first thing we're going to do, you guessed it, overclock the extractors. We're going to max our input. And you're like, I thought it was max output, Kismet. No, max input. Very important. So max the input that you're going to start with. Now, it's going to be at 720. Now, let's take a look at our belt speed. What's the fastest belt speed in the game? It is 780. That's as fast as that extractor will ever go. It will never go faster than that because you can't put the splitter directly on the extractor. The best you can do is 780, and it will come out on that belt at 780. That's it. So you never need to overclock higher than 780. So we've got 720. That's pretty efficient, but we want max efficiency, right? We want max because we work for Fix-It. We've got our Fix-It cup to prove it. You guys got all yours? We better get some. Better get one. So we're just going to say 780, and that is going to be set forever. It's going to be set forever. Never needs to be touched again. That's done. That's GG's right there. Now, I could start it up and fill up this box with it, but first thing we want to do is we want to think about what we want to do in this extractor area, right? So we've got our level 3 extractor, and we want to basically run this out. Now, do I want to go ahead and run it like this, where we run it back again? Well, can we do that is the real question. Can we go in and use our boxes here to basically run this back in there? Oh yeah, that works fine. How about back the other way? This way. There we go. And how about back and again? And the other way. And look, that got us all the way up to the level in which we were already running our resources out and bringing it up with a lifter. But instead of using a lifter, we are using our containers to actually carry that up. And I've done this in previous playthroughs as well. And then I've got it where it ends up aiming in the direction that I want to go. Now, of course, way easier would have been to blueprint that, right? So instead of me going in and connecting all of the things, is to blueprint that extraction and then run that up basically how we want it to go. Or we could blueprint the whole thing and then have it ready to go. Now, remember, we can only go 4x4, 4 wide and 4 tall in the blueprinter. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a nice little area here, a little zoopies over that way, and little zoopies over this way, and you know, we're going to make ourselves a little 4x4 grid here, like so. And we'll go ahead and take this out for right now. We can always put that back in later. And we'll go ahead, actually we'll move this back just a little bit so it's not right in front of our extractor. And we're going to get our blueprint designer on. Ooh, mama, that thing is much bigger than 4x4. That thing more bigger. Let's take all this out. More like 5x5. That thing is huge. All right. Oh, out of stuff. Always something. Always something. Where do we got some power? Over there? Right there. All right. I built a lot of temporary stuff and then move it and build more temporary stuff. Now, no matter what you do, you're always out of resources, I find. So we need more of our resources there so we can build our blueprint thingy. Let's click that. Get some more steel beams. We'll get a bunch more because we're going to use a bunch up on these boxes. A bunch of steel beams. Boom, boom. Get the small one back in there. Again, every time I take it out of this box, it just goes and makes me more. Which is awesome. Whoa, hey, take it easy there, brother. Take it easy. And we'll go like this. That's probably good enough. Leave ourselves some room in our inventory. There's other stuff. Boom. Trying to get under it. Trying to get under it. Sometimes it gets you. I was just trying to run under, but I bumped that thing and went right in there. Okay. Now I could just push on with the game right here and finish the game out if I wanted to. But I think it's kind of cool to think this out, and then when we play through in the future, we could just replicate all this stuff we're doing now much earlier in the game. Okay, let's try this again. All right, and we want our blueprint designer to face this way, like this. Now we're going to make it over here, but then replicate it over there for us to use as a blueprint, so we can just put it down in one thing. Now, how high does this need to go? This is 8 high. So we need one that is has the foundations, and then so many high, and then we need the ability to stack those up on top. Now, one of the things I would consider doing is actually making it enclosed as well. Now, again, I'm very much a minimalist, so I like to build in minimal stuff. Now, I could go in and build like beautiful little walls, and we could make it all glass and sexy and all of that stuff. But my whole point of putting it in there in the first place is so I don't have to look at it. So it's all enclosed, and thus my frames per second is going to be much higher when I'm playing the game. If you got 10,000 things running and you're looking at it, that's going to cause some problems in the long run. So that's what we want to do. Now we can go ahead and separate this for right now. We'll probably have to put that in at the end. But basically what I want this to do is to work its way in and up the thing. Now we've already done something similar to that already when we were working on our boxes. So we can go in and we can go ahead and use some of our stuff that we've already done here in our waste disposal. This is going from the bottom up. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Now we can see that this is going from the bottom up. Now it's going bottom up double speed. So it's basically connecting both of these and then connecting both of these and so on the way up. Also, by the way, I did learn that you can do this kind of stuff where you go and connect this up here, and then you can try to turn it around the opposite direction to get it to go in there. Usually you can do that with floor holes in there. Now, see how I took that out of there? Well, the cool thing is I can say, oh, wait a minute, I didn't want to do that. Clear that out. Bring that back up again, and that thing will be right back there where we had it before. Now, of course, we could also stack these like I did on the other one where I have a whole bunch of them all stacked together so that they actually connect to each other and whatnot. Now, in this case, all I want to do is run this up like this and then do the same thing again. So up here at the top, what we want to get here. Now, of course, I can run this over so I can use my little hover thingy. And so up here at the top, we want to have the ability to go ahead and stack this on top of here and then keep going up as high as we want to go. Now, this is going up by 4, so that's pretty awesome. And when we get to the top here, it's just across the top of the thing. So we might want to consider doing them in groups of 3 instead, because this way we could go ahead and put a foundation at the ground, foundations there, and then also we could put foundations at the top. And the reason why you would want to do that is so that you could snap the other one on top perfectly and run them through and have them actually match the various levels that you're trying to get them to match to. I kind of feel like that's what we want to do in the long run. But the problem is if we've got this one here. So I'm going to go ahead and actually take out the top one. We'll take out the top one here. And we're going to try something a little different. Like that. There we go. Now the problem with taking out the top one is that it's not going to match up to the other side. So that's another problem. So we say, well, wait a minute. We want it to match up to the other side. So when this goes in here and up here or goes right here, I'll have another one on top that I can just go ahead and easily connect. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's take this out, and this out, and these out, and so on, like this. Okay. Again, I have like little visions of this stuff in my head, everybody. It happens and it's super fun. Okay, so this one, we're going to call this one, we're going to call this storage. Bottom up, and we're going to call it 1 wide by 2 high. And we're going to call it double, like that, so we know it's double run on both sides. Okay, so we'll save that, and now we just saved a different blueprint. We didn't save over our previous one, we just saved a different one. And then we're actually going to clear the designer, and we're going to think about, okay, what are we using over here? So I could just stack that in that same place, and it would automatically do all the run lines for me, so it would work out just fine. Now, the first thing I need to do is look at how that is being stacked versus how mine's being stacked. So let's go ahead and call it back up again. And we'll see it here show up right here. There we go. And let's see, okay, is that running in the same direction that this is running? It is not. It's running in the opposite direction of where that is running. So that's not going to work. That's not going to work. But we can fix it simply by going in here and taking all of this out like this. And then actually using the blueprint that we just used to fix the blueprint that we just had, right? So we go take all this out. We can go ahead and pull up the blueprint on the blueprinter while it's still active and turn it around the other direction just like that. And then go over here and save it and you can see it fills in all the rest of the stuff for us. I mean, that is killer. If you only learned that one thing right there, other than the other thing I just showed you that was amazing, that I just learned as well, then that is one of the most powerful things in there. Incredibly powerful. All right, we'll go over here, and now we're going to save that blueprint so it's in the other direction. That's going to help us out big time. Now, you're going to see a little white arrow, and that's going to show you where the front of your thing is. And I'm going to aim it away from the extractor. So down here, we can look, and we can see we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our foundations down there on the ground. So, again, we'll go ahead and clear the designer. We're going to go in, and we're going to get our foundations. And then I just kind of put it in the center, everybody. I would suggest that you just put it in the center like this and make sure that you can put all 4 in. This way it doesn't put you too close to the edge, and then when you're doing your connections, sometimes it's really awkward to get that going. Now we're also going to look at what point does this run into this. Now it's not going to be the same for every single time, and so what we might want to do is just put the items down and then put a roof on top of it, right? So if we put this down first, it may not align to what we got going here every single time. I don't know. I haven't done another node with that trick. I would think it would be the same. I would think it would align the same. We'll try it, see what happens. If it doesn't work, then we'll try something different. But we can see that the actual line of the back of this is just beyond that metal piece. And I like to leave a gap. Sometimes you can put it closer. I don't like it to be like that. To be misaligned. Now, this actually is perfectly straight to our boxes, which is super rare, everybody. That's super rare to be able to perfectly align the boxes. Normally, it's like this or whatever, so we just found a way to actually align it on its own in its own little universe of alignment to each other in a perfectly straight way. And that is the first time I've ever been able to do that, and hopefully very consistently. We're going to see in this playthrough. We're going to see. So again, very excited about that. So we've got that 2 up and right here. So basically what we want to end up with is with our thing here, 2 up facing in this other direction and end up right there. Well, that's not going to work, is it? Because it's going off the side of the blueprinter. So we're going to go ahead and back this up to back here. Oh, okay, or we're going to fall off the thing, one or the other. And we're just going to say H so we can kind of fine-tune this. We're going to look down the center of it. We're going to move one of these over there. Over here, so it stops making me fall off of there. There we go. And so we're going to go in and we're going to go ahead and use this to align. Now, again, I'm just trying this stuff out for the first time, so you guys are seeing it for the first time here on my stream. Boom. There we go. Now, how much room do we need? We need at least 4 long, so that's pretty good. Now, on the back side, I can tell you, that's not going to work because we're going to need to attach those, right? But we're going to have to manually attach those anyway, so such is how it is, right? Such is how it is. Now, let's go ahead and also add some walls so that we can go ahead and run our foundations. Now, one of the biggest problems that I find with stacking these things is the foundations. The foundations are going to be tricky to get them to go the way you want them to go. And see, they're going to cut through there. And then when you try to put something down on top of it, I don't know why that doesn't perfectly fit within 2 of those. I don't know. I don't know why that doesn't fit. But we can also try to take these top boxes out, make a level underneath it, put that down on that level, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's this level down here, these foundations, these items are just ever so slightly larger than, and you can see the stuff through there. It's ever so slightly larger than the actual 2 of those high. It's like, I think it should be smaller to fit underneath that properly. But again, it's kind of awkward the way that works. But you know, you do what you got to do, right? You do what you got to do to get that running. Now, I could set it down a little bit further into the thing. That would be a thing to do, kind of bring it down a half. And then try to rework everything else, but no thank you. That's a lot of unnecessary work, I think. I just wanted to double stack and double feed all the way up. We want to have a single entrance in the back and then double all the way up as we go. So what we want to do is be able to take this and just simply attach this to where this is right here. Let's take all of these out like this, and then just take these out. And in theory, if we go and we save this as our, let's see, let's call this storage, 1 by 2 high. We actually don't need to put the width in there because we're going to assume the first one's going to be width, and it's usually width and height. So I could really put 1 by 2, but I'm going to put it in there for you guys. I don't really need it. 1 by 2 and then double right there. And we can also put this as our extractors. So extractors. So there we go. And then I will give this a different color to go along with our new thing here. Let's go with a kind of a greenish. There we go. Okay. Now, in theory, if we did this correctly, we should be able to go to our blueprints, go to our storage here, snap this easily right in here, which it doesn't want to snap. Maybe here in the front. There we go. Snap that right in there, and that should go in there. Now, I'm going to hit H so I can nudge it. We're going to go back here. We're going to look. We're going to see if it's aligned. Does it go right into there? Oh, my God, it does. And there we go. And so that just all went in there. Now remember, it's automatically going to put the lines in there and all the line liftings and all of that stuff in there for me automatically. Now one of the things I did notice that if you do it again, even without the foundations, it does not like this. It does not like that. It does not like that at all. So that's why it would be good to, of course, run maybe some walls or something like that to help us align it. So let's try to run some walls up there and see if that helps us align the one up above. I don't know. I've tried some of this stuff for the first time as well. Let's see if we get that to align down. Line to the side. I don't know where the magic spot is that makes this stuff work. You're definitely sitting on top, so that's good. It actually sits pretty well on top of there too. But what we really want is we want it without that on the thing, right? So we just want the wall to help us stack that stuff. So let's go over here. And, well, with this one we want to be separate. Let's go ahead and call up. Let's clear that one and call up our previous one here. This one. Yeah, so we'll go wall. And how are we going to stack these? We're going to stack it out and up. Okay. How close can we get that? How close is this? Not that close. Okay. That seems like a different offset to me. And the way that that is offset is in a different location. Let's try this. Let's clear this. Load up our other one. And get an idea of where our this one is versus the other one. So let's go. Bring up this one. This way. We're going to try to align these to each other, but this one on the ground. Definitely back. Okay, so that's right on the line. That's on this line here. And so this should be in the center. Again, I got it in holographic mode, so it's easy for me to kind of look at it, see if all these things are lined up across. Looks like it is. And let's do that. Okay, and then we're going to take a wall. We're going to put it down there on the ground to the right. Or should we put it in the back? Put it in the middle. I kind of feel like the middle would be an easier alignment, like that. And then let's go ahead. Same thing here. Yeah, it's that middle one. So I'm going to take this out. Make sure that that's aligned. Put that one up. Something like that. Now this over here, you can't take it out on the blueprinter as a blueprint, which sucks, because that would be awesome if you could. But I've actually loaded it on the blueprint, so I'm going to take this out. I'm just using these to help align the wall. The wall's in a similar spot on both of them. Make sure we get every piece though, because we don't want stuff just like floating up in the air, which I've done in blueprints before. I left some pieces up at the top and then said, oh, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be there. But you can always come back to your blueprinter and get it going. Okay, so this one, we're going to go ahead and now rename it. Let's see, no foundations. No foundations on that one. No F. All right, now see, I got to remember all those acronyms and what they all stand for. So in theory, I should be able to go over here, take that blueprint, the new one, and use that wall to align that over there. And again, I don't know what the trick to this is. It seems to just be floating to me. Hit H and see if that's doable. See, it's not really snapping to that. Got to find a way of snapping these things together. It's kind of just sitting on top of the other one. And we can definitely use it as an alignment tool. But getting it to line up and then nudge at the same time is not easy. And you'd think walls would snap, but it's because it's sitting on top of that other thing. It doesn't seem to. Now this seems to snap to that. Let me back away. You snap to that item. Let's go this way. Oh, hold on. That worked. Okay, so aiming at the wall from away at an angle That's GG's, everybody. Boom. Very nice. So that aligned there. Except for it doesn't look aligned to me. That's very unaligned there. That definitely is something wrong with our wall there. I tried all that to be perfect and it still came out wrong. But, you know, that's okay. As long as you can recognize your mistake, that's the most important part. Alright, there we go. Let's fix that wall on the original. Go back over here, save the blueprint. And then the coolest part is to hit F and then R, and it just takes it all right out for you. Awesome. And there we go. And then we've saved the revised version. Now we know the trick to doing this as well. We're going to turn it around the right way. Like that. We're going to aim at this thing and turn that the right way. We're going to try to get that to snap. Of course, now it's not going to do it. We'll see. How did I get that to go before? Down. I'm going to hit that and see if that's it. Yep. Okay, you wait for it to turn blue. Line that up. We got some stacking going on now. Now, because this is basically repeatable, we could just do this over and over again. Or we could make it even easier on ourselves by basically building it out ahead of time. I would actually move this forward too, so that we could put the ones on the back. So the only one that we need to do is have this one separate at the bottom, then connect this one up this way on the next one, and then the ones up here will be much higher. Yes. How would we do that though? Because I kind of have a feeling if we move that a whole one forward, it would run in there anyway. So really the problem is the alignment problem of both of these. But we could just figure out what it is on the line here, figure out what it is on this one, and then do the other one over there. So let's go ahead and try that by grabbing just this stuff. Take those out. We got all of these thingies here, and hope we're not getting one of those ones out there. There we go. This is just limited to just what's on the blueprinter too. That'd be nice. Remove just the stuff on the blueprinter and not the blueprinter itself. Okay, so let's go ahead again. We're going to pull up our blueprints. We're going to take this, we're going to turn it like this. We're going to use this as an alignment of where we had it before. We're going to go ahead and move this forward so it is perfectly centered. That's going to be nice. Like that. Now we're looking good. All right, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Now, we actually did something similar to this on the other side, but we're building this specifically for our extractors. And my goal is to get this up 10 levels, right? So it's going to go up 10 levels or up whatever, how many ever levels we need in there. Normally, it'd be about 10. So we got that one in there. And then we'll go ahead and use our blueprint to stack the one that we already got in here. And that's going to basically not let us, I don't think that's going to let us do that, but we're going to certainly try. Again, H right there, aim in at the wall. Okay, I didn't know that was possible, but now I know it is. And that's awesome. All right, boom. Auto-saving. For a second there, I thought it was crashing. Okay. There we go. So we got those both aligned. And now we know how to align stackers on top of each other without having to have foundations underneath. Okay, so we've got our little things here on the end that we need. We need to go ahead and run these in right here. So we got our internal ones which don't need this. And we can go ahead and run that down to there or up from there. And then these ones up here have these little things sticking out of them, so you can go like this and run this over that. See, pretty smart, right? Pretty smart. So now you've got a double run. And so again, it's going to come in from the back. It's going to double run to the first box. It's going to double run across that first box. Let's make sure we got a double run in there. Oh yeah, double run there, double run there. And then, again, it's going to go out here, double run into this one. Make sure we got all of our connections out of this one. Double run up into this one. And then again, we don't really need the top one. So we can just take this top one out and just utilize the lower one to connect it to another one up above it. And that's really all we need. All right, like that. And then we'll use the wall here to align it to what we've got already over there. Also, we can go ahead and take out the one we already placed, because this is going to replace that one and basically be twice as much and do a lot of the line running for us, so we don't have to do as much. Let's go ahead and save that over what we already had. Right here, let's see, by 4 high, and no foundations. Save. Okay, now of course we can make these 4 wide and all like we did before, but my goal is just to make it as simple as possible. To go 4 and then 4 again, and basically have like an A-B situation, right? You have your first one, your base level one, and then the ones that you stack and you can repeat up above. That's really where you're saving time right there. Oh, and we don't have enough aluminum. So let's go over here, grab a bunch. Probably left some in there. Clear the designer now. Let's see, blueprints. And again, we're just testing right now. This is all about testing. Now I find aiming at that thing, aiming it forward, hitting H, and it's now aligned to the top of that. You just aim at the top of that thing. It's now aligned. You click that, and that baby is ready to rock. Look at that. That's a lot of backlog of storage that's going to have right there. The biggest problem is the final one up here, which is not facing in the direction that I need it to go. I need it to go that way in the end. So what I could do is I could take off the top ones. I could just take off the top one here and then have it run forward and then up through the floor and then run through the rest of that. That's totally a legit way of doing that. Do I need that much backlog of raw resources? Not really, but what the heck? Why not, right? Why not? Now, the other thing that I would want to do here is I would want to enclose this now that I've kind of got the idea of, okay, this is what I want, because I don't want to see any of this. I don't want to see any of this mechanics running. I want this all to run on its own, and if it runs perfectly, then I should never have to look at it. Basically, the only thing I should have to worry about is the output, right? So that's quite a large backlog. Now, normally I just backlog 1 or 2, but this is going to be coming out at 780 while we're fixing all the rest of our stuff. So while we're doing that, it could be filling up as many of these boxes as it possibly can, and that would be more than enough storage I would need in any node ever, for sure. But if my power goes off elsewhere, or I'm working on stuff elsewhere, it will be able to basically continue to backlog, and then I could burn up all these extra resources having extra extractors and extra constructors. So that's what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling just taking that top one off and basically just making this 3. So we stack it 2 at the bottom, right? Do we stack it 2 at the bottom or 3 at the bottom? I can't remember. I think 2. 2 at the bottom, then 3. Then that's going to give me the level I want. But that's not 10 levels. Normally I like it to be at 10 levels, but at this particular location, I have it running underneath this kind of overpass over here, which is really fun. This kind of hole in the wall there. I've got that running through there, so I'm going to adjust it for that. So again, let's take that top one off of there, like that. And also want to take this bottom one out now too. And we want to think, okay, how can we go ahead and enclose that as well? Not the wire. How can we enclose that as well? Now, the extractor, that's another one too. Like, that would be something I would probably do afterwards, or I would build something that would go around it. But I would just literally enclose it in such a way where I don't have to look at it. But I would still want to be able to get to it and basically click on the thing and also see if it's on. Where's its light? Its light is down here. The light would probably be the most valuable thing. I might just leave that out in the open world. I kind of think it's just fine in the open world. And then I can see if the light is working. Really, I'd want to get that storage enclosed. So let's go ahead and work about that storage. So now we got to figure out which one it is that we were working with. I think it was this one. We really want to take some of these out of here too once we get it down. I think it's this one with foundations. Yes, okay. I should write that in his thing. With foundations. And save that. Okay. So this is the one that's going to start it all. And this is going to be 2. Yeah, we're going to be 2 high, and then we're going to go 3 high, and then run it from underneath. Run it from underneath, and then run it across to join those other lines over there. So, all we need to do is just enclose it. Let's get our walls. Walls. And again, we can put fancy walls in there if we want. Actually, we can go to the awesome shop over here and see what we got. See what we got over here. In our walls. In fact, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's just buy everything because you know what? We got tons of stuff. Let's buy it all. Buy all. There we go. Now we also have different stuff in the customizer that we can buy. Concrete, metal, asphalt, steel walls. All sorts of cool stuff there. Let's do that too. We're going on a shopping spree today. Roof materials we already got. What about all these patterns down here? You know what? Let's do that too. Come on. What do we care? What do we care? We got tons of cash. Oops, what happened there? No. Just want to get it. Want to add it to the cart. Let's go. Let's see how much this is going to cost. Now remember, it's still running stuff in the Awesome Sync right now as well, earning me even more tickets. 52. Let's go. Boom. Buy it all. All right. Now we got all our customizer. Now some of this stuff is not available. So we need to go in and get the basic steel production, the hub tier 3. I don't know why it is not available. I would think that would already be available. It's the silica in MAM. Fix it roofs. Fix it roofs. Roof material. Huh. There's something I haven't purchased. Gates, windows, architecture, catwalks. Let's get all these too. Oh, right there. Fix it roofs. Duh. Buy all that too. Aha! There we go. Tar roof, steel roof, glass roof. I don't think I've bought some of these ever, everybody. Most of the stuff I don't buy because I don't want to look at it in the thing. But, you know, hey, if we're going to be doing it at a next level here, we'll want to get that going on. And I don't typically buy equipment in there. I do like to make it myself, but there you go. Now, we still need some more tickets, and I think I have a bunch of tickets back there, so we might as well go get the rest of this stuff in there. Let's go see if we got some more tickets back at the base, and we'll just finish all that stuff off. Usually I keep my tickets near the hub all the time. Hope you guys are liking this bonus stream. I feel like I need to go turn my AC up because holy mackerel, it's getting a little warm in here. Maybe it's this nice warm shirt I've got on. Nice and warm shirt. Okay, let's focus on what we came back here for. We came back here for more tickets. That's what it was. Now we have to find the tickets. Where did I put them? Oh yeah, 17 more right there, so we have 20 more tickets. Awesome. Let's just go right here before we run all the way back. It was foundations. Boom, 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 boom. We're going all out. Oh man, I had just enough with 2 to spare. Nice. And then we'll put those back where we can find them next time. Normally I put them in here. That's a better spot, I think, in there. And oh, we got a little squishy guy. Let's get that guy out of there. And turn him into a booster. Oh, not there. Where did my thing go? I don't know what to do with it. Just go in here. I think I took it out. More power shards. We could use plenty of power shards. Okay. So, we got all that done. AC. Alright, be right back in just a second. I'm going to go fix my AC. Wow, can you guys believe an hour went by already? Holy moly. This game is so addicting. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it, hear me, everybody. Okay, so we bought all that other stuff. Let's go back. Now we're going to start using our whole repertoire of foundations and all that other fun stuff. And this is what I get to what I call mega building, where you're not just building just for function, but also the form of the item, alignment of the item, and then of course really taking it to another level where you're backlogging tons and tons of resources here. And really iterating on your designs. And I feel like the blueprinter is the thing that really sets off your creativity for sure. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We got a bunch of window frames. Wow, look at that cool window frame there. Oh, neato. It's just like a straight up window. Reminds me of 7 Days to Die. Boom. Hello, help! Let me out of here. Let me out of this fish tank. Now again, putting a window in there, it makes it useless. I could just not have the wall there in the first place. Big time. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Let's see what other architecture we got. We got roofs that we could put in. I'll probably fool around with those when we go to do the individual things. We got support beams, barriers, catwalks, all sorts of cool stuff. But my goal is not only to fix it up and make it better, but also to make it easier for me to make it nice. Okay, and then over here, let's get on this side and keep myself from falling every 2 seconds. Another one over there. There we go. Okay. And we'll go ahead and put our walls in like we had before. Again, I'm just going to enclose it in. I don't want to enclose it on the saves. I don't want to close it in the back because the back would make it blocking what I'm trying to do. This is just going to save me from doing this over and over and over again at every single node. So it's just become a nice closed-in building. Now, I would put in the front a way to get in there, obviously. You'd want a way to get in and out of there because this is going to be at the ground level. So we'll go ahead and think about a nice door. And I like center doors myself. That's just me. Because then you can go right in the center and be good. And then in the back here, we want to leave this open, but we do want to close a portion of this up. Now, really the problem in the back is the fact that these are going to connect up to the top part. I also noticed that this one is offset through here for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. We're going to take that out because that was probably in another, that was in a previous one. We had some sort of weird lines that were in there. So we're going to take that one out. We're going to leave this one in, so that'll help us get to the next one up above. We have our inputs here, and then we can manually enclose the back of that. It'd be fine. We want to leave the top open so that we can set the other one down where we want it on there, and I think that might actually help us set it down a little bit easier. And we've kind of iterated on what we've already done, and now really just made it easier for us to do that. So let's save this one. Confirm. And then we're going to go ahead and load this other one, which I believe is this one. This one. No, I think this one is the one I got to take out. Let's just take it out and risk it. All right, this one, remove blueprint. Confirm. Okay, so we got the storage one here. Now, I actually feel like I want to rename this one too. But it doesn't let you rename it, which is a bummer. That's a bummer. You just can't just rename it. You know what? I'm just going to call it something else. So we're going to call this A. Right here. Boom. And then we're going to load the other one. This is 1x2 and this is 1x4. And again, we're going to go in and put in our walls. Match what it's got. Now, it's not going to let me do the front walls of that, so I'll have to manually do that. But such is the way it goes. Get those in. Again, we'll have to do one side and the other side. There's usually a little bit of work, and that's because the blueprinter thing is only so big. I love this whole blueprinting thing, though. They really did a good job on that. Let's check this other side. This stuff is all good. It's good. All right. Now we're talking. Right over here. So if we did this right, it should all work out. Okay, now this one, we're going to go ahead and call B. Going to let us double extend no F, and then save that, and then we now know the two that we want. And then my biggest suggestion, take out all these other ones, remove those, and that's why I changed the color of it also, so that it doesn't run into these ones and I don't get confused with which ones I'm doing. Apply changes. And let's test it out. Now remember, not only am I doing it for this one, but every other one that we do. So every single node is going to be able to backlog like this. So we do start with A. We'll turn it toward us. There we go. H that. Look in the back here. Oh man, that is looking amazing. Right there. And that is looking awesome. Okay, then we'll go get this one out of here so we could use those resources, because we didn't bring enough to do a whole bunch of these. Clear that designer. The other thing I was going to do was to fix that other thing. Hold on. Let's pull up B, and then fix it so that our output was facing in the right direction. So we want to actually finish it here. So we want to take this one out. This out. We probably want to take out all these top walls here. Remove the top level. This. There we go. So our output is actually on this side. And then we don't need that because we're not going to stack it any higher than that. That's as high as we're going to stack it. Take this out. So this one's going to be 3 high. That one's going to be 2 high. And that's going to be the A version. This is going to be the B version. And then it will come out and then run itself over there. Not all of our things are going to be stacked at the same height or whatever, but we're just going to use this as a default. We're going to say that 5 total high stacker is going to be our default that we're going to use. Again, you're like, Kismet, you spent a lot of time on this. Yes, because this, again, equals every other one that I'm going to do. So it's definitely worth your time to go in and make this awesome. And I think it's actually going to be easier now that I have more walls to align to. But we won't really know until we try, right? Let's roll it over here. Let's rotate it in that direction. Let's actually get on this one over here. Look at that. It looks like it's actually trying to snap in there. And there we go. And it's actually the wrong way. Always going the wrong way. And turning it around the right way. Hitting H. Oh man, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty awesome. Let's go with it. Okay, that's amazing. Okay. And now you're like, well, Kismet, why are you double stacking these? Well, the reason why I'm double stacking them is if I start it up and it starts going, it's going to move all of the stuff at 1500 to the topmost one. So it's basically going to clear all that stuff out of there super fast so that it can actually make more. And I found that this works exceptionally well in the long run when you're trying to run stuff out. Now also, to make this go faster, if I have a backlog, I can run double lines. And so I can run two 780 lines out of the box, which means that it's going to drain that out of there at 1500, right? So 1500. It's the only way to make stuff go faster than your actual belt, other than the train. The train will make it go faster too. But to double run your belt out of these boxes that is full of resources, you can make it run double speed and it will burn up all those extra resources. And then as it goes and stacks and pulls it from the other boxes at 1500 because it's doing double lifting, and so it's pulling that out at 1500 and it's running out at 1500. So you're burning up all of that backlog of resources faster than you could ever extract ever, because you can only extract at 780 maximum and your belt can only run at 780. So how do you think past that, right? Well, I backlog a ton of resources, I run it at 1500, and boom, I'm going at double speed. And you're welcome. You're welcome for that. Okay, so now all we got to do is do that lifter that I did. We connected into the extractor, which is now perfectly aligned, nice and straight. We fixed this back part here so it is connected. We are connected here in the front. We're going to want to do a bit of this and a bit of this right there. And then definitely some of this. Now, we also want to go ahead and probably put a wall in. And put a wall in like that, and then do exactly what I just said. If I can get up over this thing, let's bring some power up here on the side. There we go. And that is to run that double line. So we run that double line so we can have a double line out. And so we're going to get that 1500 extraction. Again, these are the things that I think of when I'm not even playing the game, everybody. When I'm not even playing the game, I'm thinking, man, if I did the thing, and then, man, I could be extracting at double speed. All that backlog resources. Okay, now I kind of got it the way I want it. We're going to go ahead and go with that. And I think we'll do something fun up here at the top. Let's go ahead and let's try some of these curved pieces. What do we got? Oh, I don't like that. We need a concave. Something like this. I don't like that either. You can see I'm very picky when I start getting creative here. These are reversed. These are this way. Now, how do I get those? Kind of like it like that. They're going downward like this. Now, see, look, this is hours and hours and hours when you start getting creative like this. And this would be tilted wall. And then we'd want to rotate it maybe here to go in there. Absolutely. What about tilted wall with glass? Come on, dazzle me. Where's my tilted wall with glass? I don't have a tilted wall with glass. What the heck? Well, let's go ahead and put it in there. Then maybe we can go to the customizer and tell it the material that we want is glass roof. Is that a thing? Can we do that? Invalid target. Apparently not. What about steel wall? Oh, okay, cool. We can make it steel. Oh, that's neato. I like the steel. Sadly, you can't make it window. That sucks. Concrete wall, steel wall, fix it wall. Wall materials, roof materials. So this is considered a wall? Yeah, tilted wall. Okay, what about tilted roof? Where is our roofs? Ramps, wall, basics, walls, foundations. Oh, look at all this good stuff. We got to find our roofs. I rarely ever do this, everybody, because I'm waiting for the release version before I get into super fancy building. Big time architecture, I would think. Yes, there's a roof, 4mm roof. That does not want to go the right way. That's weird. Why would you not go the other way? Maybe I got to do aim at this. And it doesn't see... Oh, there it goes. Wait a minute. Nope. Okay, so there is the roof. Boom. That's a 4mm. I don't need a 4mm. I need a 1mm roof. Oh, that's the angle. That's adjusting the angle. We do need a 4mm. Because these are 4 mils there. Okay, now we should be able to go into Customizer, use our glass roof, click on the glass roof, and oh, yeah, okay, there we go. Kismet got it going now. Okay, that's freaking cool. I don't care who you are. That's cool. Now, what does that allow me to do? Well, that allows me to peek in there and see if my belts are running, but I don't have to look at it all the time because it's hidden in the thing. Now, also, I'm not liking these trees, so this darn nature's got to go. Get out of here, nature. We're trying to grab all the resources of this planet. And you are in my way. Does this stuff just come back? I don't know. Like every time I come over, I feel like there's more foliage just taunting me. It's like, hey, Kismet, let me just get some more of this foliage right in your face. There we go. All right, now we can see what we're working on here. Now, the rest of this, same thing, everybody. I would just enclose it. Actually, we don't need to enclose it that much. What part do I really want to enclose it? Maybe this. Maybe this much. Just so I can see the back of this. Like this. Now, see, I'm really tempted to use the rounded pieces, too. Because they do actually have some rounded pieces like this. There's a lot of cool stuff you guys could do with that stuff. Very tempted. I wish there was a rounded wall corner. That would be nice. If I could just round out the edge of that. See, I'd have to make it wider to round it out, as opposed to just having it where it would arch in and then arch out, like kind of like train tracks, where you could arch it and then just be one block out and then arch the back of it. It wouldn't work through this because this would be in the way, but depending on the angle of the roundness of the back of it, it'd be cool if you could control the roundness of the back of it. Holy mackerel, that would be unbelievable. But we do want to see the see that light in there. So let's see what happens if I just go ahead and make this part right here visible with, say, a nice well, see how I still think about function even though I oh, we need our silica. Even though I'm trying to make it more beautiful, I'm always thinking about function. If I need to come over here and look at it and figure out why it's not working, all I want to do is be able to glance in there, one, see if it's running. If it's running out of the top of the box, I know there's stuff in the box. Then I can go look at the extractor and see if the extractor is working, and see if that's going. Now, once I get this working, I'll never have to touch it again. It'll be done. GG's all around. It'll be all good to go. I can also fix it up when I get an idea of what I want at the extractors. I can go ahead and blueprint that and then take out what's already there, snap it to a piece that's in front of it, and slide it under the thing. Then take the thing and put it down on the foundation, and we could rework. We could work all of that. Absolutely. But we need some silica. Let's get over here and see if we got some just laying around. No. Sadly, no. Let's go down here and grab some. I probably have boxes and boxes and boxes of it down here, I would think. Oh yeah, look at it all. Look at it all. All right, bunch of silica there. I kind of feel like we also want to kind of bounce over here. Oh, actually it's right here. And grab a little bit of this too. We're going to be working with glass. Big time. Okay, we got the silica. We're ready to do this. Now what I'm doing, it has a massive effect on every single thing else I'm doing. So again, you get the one the way you want it, and then you just replicate that throughout the whole rest of the base. And of course, since this one's the most vital node that I use, concrete, and it hasn't run any concrete up there in a while, but I got boxes and boxes and boxes of it over there, so it should burn up some of that while we're at it, and then we're going to just make this run incredibly fast. I don't think it's going to have a problem. Okay, so if I wanted to come over here and I wanted to see my extractor, if my extractor is working, let's just put a nice little single window in there. We should be able to just look in there and see if it's fired up. Okay, nice. So that's all I care about. We probably want to look at it from either side. Now again, I don't want to watch it lift too much here. I just want to be able to see if this is going. So I'm going to actually just lift this up here. I always suggest at some point that you do block all of your line runs so you don't have to see them, because that's going to be a problem in the long run as well. Let's see, window frames, I could run those along, or just some walls. I feel like I'm just going to run the walls. Like this. And then some foundations. Like that. It'd be nice to, you know, make that all in one blueprint, but I can understand why they don't do it. Otherwise, people would just be doing obscenely humongous blueprints. Okay, now before we put that back one on, we might want to think about having an entrance in here. What do we think about right there? We go in here and we want to get inside here. Work on this. We can just go in like that. We can see if it's running. Get in here. We can modify it. I'm a big fan of leaving this so you can get to this too. So what can we do? We could just run a foundation across the top of it and say, look, we cut that out. We went in with a bandsaw and went, cut that out. So this way we don't need all of these other side foundations over here. So it just takes less resources and allows us to see the top of that right there. Now I would probably take this one out. There we go, because that's unnecessary. And then run this up. And there we go. And then here in the back, same thing. And now we can still access the top of it and modify whatever we want to do. In this case, we got it set for 780. Another thing that we can do is work with the power with it as well. Now me, I would you know, make this power look a lot nicer than it is right now, because it sucks. We're just going to take this out. Now whenever you take power out, everybody, that's when you're really asking for it. That's when things go horribly wrong. So, oh god. Actually, I might want to put it on the other side. Might want to put it on the other side, or even put an outer part of that as well. Find another link we can dial into. Oh, this one's hitting that one. Oh, what we should have done is this. Grab that. Oh yeah, maybe over here. All this other stuff's going out, so. But we can bring some power over temporarily so we can work with this. Okay, this we can take off the thingy. There's the designer. Have those resources. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. I like it. I wonder if we can make those things clear too. What about walls? Why don't you have walls that are glass? I guess because you could just put the glass walls in. But I would want this thing to be glass right here, so I could just look at it at any point. But I mean, you can see the output of it, and then I could go up on top and look at it as well. Okay, kind of tempted to put the power up on top of it and run the power down. Right? necessarily need it at the top. I'm going to do this to all this stuff right here. But once we get this one, we're just going to basically have towers, storage towers, raw storage towers up here. You know, another thing we should do is put a big sign on it. Again, now we're just having fun, everybody. Now we're just having a good time. Gigantic billboard. Okay, that might be a little excessive. That might be too small. All right, come on. We got a big one. We got to have a big, gigantic one here. Oh, that's it. These are too tiny. Okay, fine. Large billboard. What about small billboard? Small billboard. Perfect. Okay. There we go. And then all I really need is one of these big things like this. This is what that's all I need to put on there. And that's why I'd like to have the square sign, but display sign, portrait sign. I think portrait sign is really all I need. I don't like that either. Oh, wait, we got different options. Oh, emission strength. We have different options on these things where we can adjust the layout. Oh, layout. There it is. Just want a big thing there. Yeah, this one. I want it to be up here. Okay, where's the layout? Layout. Yeah! Yeah! Now we talking. All right, that's what I want. Because I know what it is. I just look at it. That's concrete. Okay, that's what I want right there. I'm going to put that on all my buildings now. That's nice. Okay, so we're looking good. We know that's concrete running out of there. Okay, we probably should put that at the bottom, though. I don't think we need it up that high. Let's move it down here. Small billboard. I'll probably have to redo it. Oh, see. It should remember the one from up there. I could probably blueprint it, though. Probably blueprint it and do it that way. Yeah, I just want it to be real big like this. Element settings. Concrete. Select it. There we go. That's all we need. And it's kind of washed out a little bit. We need to affect the emission off. That was washing it out. Oh yeah, it's the emission strength. Glossy finish. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, we'll just turn the emission off. Then I can see it's concrete from real far away. Okay, there we go. How's it going today? What's the plan? Last time I checked in, you were building some nuclear power. Yeah, I already built 4 nuclear reactors. I could have 10 of them running right now, but I don't want to produce that much excess resources. Right now, we are making it pretty, everybody. Now, again, your imagination can go wild here, everybody. I'm just doing just a small taste of what you can do in Satisfactory, and this is why this game is so awesome, everybody. It's so incredibly good. I have played it since it came out, and I still, after thousands of hours of playing the game, feel like I'm barely getting started. That's a great game. That's how you know, everybody, for sure. I'm tempted to put the power up on the top because I think that would look cool. I can run power down the side as well. All right, let's see if it looks cool. It sure does. It sure does look cool. Let's turn it this way. Okay, that's super cool. That's confirmed cool. All right, and of course, while we're working here, we'd want to connect these ones down here. Now, what we're doing is we're revamping our starter nodes. Now, I actually have only used these nodes that are right by me. 3 iron, 1 copper, and 1 pure to get all the way to nuclear. And actually, I could finish the game right now. I could just with those nodes in there. I didn't go get more iron nodes or whatnot until the final stage of when I was doing nuclear. Now, when I'm doing nuclear, I like to have a separate node or separate nodes just for my nuclear production so that the rest of this production is not being impeded or split or, kind of drawn from, unless it's something like quick wire or something like that, that you're just making so much of it, you're not even really using most of it. But I basically went over here and got another copper node and basically a copper node and an iron node. I also went over here and got another limestone node, and of course with my sulfur here, and I've got a train right here that's running back and forth collecting those things. And this right here is running down and also is going to the train station, and same thing with the limestone. All of that stuff is just being run by train back and forth. So basically what we're doing is we're taking all of it via train instead of running belts. And we can do the same thing with all of our resources. Every one of these resources could be replaced by trains. And I could do that right now. I could just have the train run out here, grab all of this stuff that's been backlogged here in a train station, and just bring that over to my base. But I do love running lines too, so we're going to kind of do a combo of running lines and doing trains. I find trains are more effective further away, but also belts do too. If you have enough resources to run belts for days, your belts are actually your most consistent thing. It will always run. It doesn't take power. It's not drawing anything from your power bank of resources that you're using. It's actually the best way. It's the most effective way. But trains are cool, and they're also fun. So definitely use those as well. And they can be super effective for longer distances because they use less resources, as well as you can get there faster by taking the train back and forth as well. Okay, so our goal here, everybody, is to take this node, which was producing 240, and make this produce 780, right? So you can see I've got it overclocked at 162. I just typed 780 right here because that's the fastest that belt is ever going to go. This is never going to go faster than 780, ever. It is a pure node. So a pure node, you just need a little bit of overclocking, and now instead of getting 240, 780. Right, so 4 times the value. Now, I got double the value just putting a Mark III down here. It went from 240 to 480 right there with no overclocking. But the second I give this some power, it's going to kick in, and it's going to fill inside this thing that I made here. It's going to fill this entire thing up. All of these boxes, we can see them in there. Them all down in there. Stacks and stacks. That's 5 boxes high, 2 long, 5 high, so that's 10 boxes that's going to backlog, and we're going to start it up and see what happens. Now we're going to go back here to our power, and we're going to use this as kind of our starting power here. We're going to run this, and we're going to just run it to the back. I love these things, everybody. I love these things where they attach. Now the smart thing for me to do is, if this was inside, is to run this inside, but I like to leave this outside in case I need to modify it from outside. And we're just going to literally just run this down right to there. Now also this allows us to use our hover thing because we can go up and down along the side. Another thing that we can do is kind of tap this around this side, or we can just go ahead and pull out another one here on the other side. So if we do want to go up and down on the other side, we can do that as well. And I'm going to just put it on the edge after it's done saving. There we go. I actually don't want it to be clipping anymore, so we're going to go right to there. And then we're going to go get up in that corner. Yeah, something like that. Again, don't need this one anymore. And this actually just acts as like an elevator for me to go up and down along the edge, like this. So that's just going to act as an elevator going up there. I've actually labeled stuff. Look at this, everybody. Got it labeled. Oh, you know what I should do? Is I should put the number in there. Hold on. Let's go look at a layout where we can actually put the number in there. I'd probably do this. Yeah, let's put that number in there. Or I can just put, the number in there. So instead of shenanigans, we're going to type 780. Right there. And that says that's how much that's coming out of there. 780, which is pretty sweet. Now, another thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a new spreadsheet. So let me go ahead and go into my new spreadsheet. I've already kind of created it, but I haven't started it yet, so you guys can see me do it. And I'm actually going to offset it so I'm not in the way. So here in A and B, we're just going to have those as empty, just so you guys can see what I'm working on. We're going to start here with C. And this is going to be node number. So this is going to be node number 1. And actually, let's just say number, so we can go ahead and shrink this down. And then go ahead and work a little bit with our columns here. I can't see it. Got to zoom out just a little bit. There we go. We're going to center that And you know what? We're just going to tell all this to be centered. If we want to change it later, we can. And we can zoom back in again so you guys can see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. So this is going to be our node number. I'm going to pull this in just to the point in which I'm not blocking it. There we go. So this is going to be our node number. This is going to be our header row here. And this is going to be called inputs. Inputs. There we go. And we're just going to make this what's known as our header row. Going to zoom out just enough so I can use my colors here. We use like a little, don't like that, a little light gray, lighter gray. There we go. Inputs. Okay, that's our input number. This is going to be input number 1. Node type. This is going to be limestone. Right there. Input. It's going to be, yeah, max. What's its in? This is input. It's output, but it's an input to my other machine, so I'm going to call it input. We're going to output this to 780. Now, what this does is allows us to basically assign numbers and things to our stuff. So I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to call this node 1, and it's going at 780. There we go. So now we've identified the input that it's going to go basically from here into our machines. So you can also call it output. I'm going to call it input because I'm thinking toward the next thing. Okay, so there we go. Now we've also got our foundations that we wanted at this specific spot. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we're going to go ahead and go to our little set we have over here, which I absolutely love, this little gate wall hole thing. Oh, love that thing. And then we're going to go ahead and run dual lines. Now, another thing that we're going to do is we're going to use the wonderful and fantastic. I'm actually going to just cut that off and just run it. This is not aligned to this, so we're going to adjust that alignment by using a little trick here to line these up. So we're going to use logistics. We're going to look at this, and we don't have enough iron rods. All right, fine. Fine, that's perfect. Everything's fine, everybody. Calm down. Everything's fine. It's Kismet loses his mind. No, all right. More stuff over here. So I don't think we're actually making any over here. Let's go this way. Get ourselves. Oh, that does not have any power. Let's run it some temporary power. Now all this stuff's going to be redone. I'm just starting with that first node and then iterating on it. Getting an idea of what I want it to be like, and then I'm going to run dual lines while that backlogs. But by the way, that is running right now. That's got power, and that means that extractor is running. I should go back and we should look at that first before I get too far the other way. That should be running, and we should see it on the belts. Yep, it is definitely on the belts. We can see it's on both of them coming out of there, and it's starting to backlog those resources. Now, you know what I should do? Also leave one of these off so I can just go down here and look. Oh my God, that first box is almost already full. Look at that. And again, remember there's 10 boxes in there of that stuff that it's going to backlog. And that's what you want to do. You want to be backlogging that stuff while you're busy working on other stuff. So when you kick that in, that thing's going to go in full speed for sure. Let's go get some more of our rods because we ran out. See that little trick? I landed on the belt, and I used the belt to propel me forward. That's old school right there, everybody. Old school. Old school for sure. Okay. Rides. We got plenty of those. Backlogged over here, right here. And you know what? We'll grab another stack. Let's go. And all of this made possible by getting to that level 3 extractor. Now, I could have done this at the very beginning of the game. I just built, you know, my stackers, and then when I got to a certain stage, went and took those stackers and replaced them with the double height stackers, or waited till I got the double height stackers and then build it. like that. So it kind of it says, hey, if I start over again, I can just go ahead and build it that way from the very beginning. So we learned something pretty cool. We're going to do it again, everybody, so you guys can see it if you missed it earlier. Oh, man, that's not good at dark. Not good at dark time. I can't see it. All right, come on. Let's put the thing in. There we go. All right, I think I'll be able to see that now. Okay, so we got that going. We came back here to do something which I've forgotten. Oh, floor holes. And I suggest that you put them in inset by this kind of metal side. Right here. This little metal edge is what helps you align that. Right, this kind of darn thing's in my way. But you want to offset it by that metal edge, and that'll help you. All right. So I'm going to go like this, and then one of the things you can do is you can actually turn that around when you're putting it in the thing, which I think is cool, because you can see it actually going up into there. Now, we want to get these two nodes to connect in there, and then we're going to run these lines totally different than we ran them before, like this. Now, I suggest when you're doing this, just so they don't run into each other, is you do one way, like that, and then one the other way. Now, the problem is these are saying that they're going out, and I don't want them to go out. I actually want them to go in. But because of the way that I ran the thing up above, it is actually saying, hey, this is already set. This is how it's going to be. Too bad, too sad, unless you want to change it. And if you do want to change it, you got to go up here and change it. So I'm going to go up here, hit R, so it's going the opposite direction. Click this, go down here, turn in the direction I want. And it actually will remember, if you do one, the next one will be very much like the one you did before. And then those will be going the right direction. And then this one's going to go that way. And this one's now going in and going that way. So the one on top, I'm going to run to this one. Doesn't really matter. I can do them however I want. And then this one here. Now what I just did is I bridged the problem of the node is on a different alignment than the rest of my base. The rest of my base is not aligned to that. Now I could go and realign my whole entire base and tear it down and redo it to align it to this node, but then when I get to the next node, it's not going to be aligned to that node either. And I can show you that. We could run this across, and most likely, even if we, see, we can just visually see it right here. We run that, that's not going to be aligned. Even if we went to this one, we ran down the center, we know that one's not going to be aligned to that node. So each node can be aligned to itself, and then you can bridge that gap by using your line runs like this, so that they're not, one, not running into each other, one there, but also so that you kind of offset that and it's not an issue in the long run. And that's pretty much it. Node number 1, 780, concrete coming out of there. Just absolutely obscenely backlogging this stuff right now. Look at that. We got that in there. We're probably filling up box number 2 right now. Oh my God, that one's almost full too. I just leave that top open so you can go in there and check it, but what if there's like a ceiling opening, or you can go down in there? That'd be cool. Let's see, ceiling door. See, no one even thought of that except for me, everybody. No one even thought of why you would need a door on the top, and that's so you can slide down in there and actually click on it to see how much is in there. Of course, I can also hit F to do it as well. But we'll just leave that open, or we could just, I guess we could open a door on the side here. We could turn this into a door. Let's see, walls. We can make this into a glass door. Let's offset it this way. And then go to the customizer. No, but we can make them into steel. So that would make it really obvious as where my doors are. Yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of something like that just to make that look more obvious. And then I put a door on this side, but I kind of feel like I want one on the other side now. On this side. Let's take this out. Now we're just getting fancy. Turn my zooping off too. We're just getting fancy smancy. And again, we can come back here and we could just go to town, everybody. We can change the color of the whole thing and do all of that. But we see, we just peek in there, we can see it's running. Because there's a little white thing, that means it's overclocked. And it's actually running. We can see it feeding it out of there. We can look down in there and do it. But I don't have to look at it all the time. See, if I'm not close to it, it's hidden inside there. All the action that's going on in there I don't visually need to see, which means that my frames per second is not going down. And that's why I don't use a lot of glass, because a lot of glass is going to start to pull down your frames per second. And my frames per second is very important when you're doing massive bases. Okay, so we got that going. Now what we're going to do is we're going to double run this line down the way here. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then we're going to get this. Run that up there. Wow, that actually lines up perfectly right there. Perfect. Okay. And let's go ahead and do our line runs. Now this is just to help with the backlog of resources, and probably not going to run like this all the time, because once it burns up the backlog, it would only run in a single line. Now our current one with concrete is probably empty. Where's our current concrete line? Probably this one right here. Is this one over here. So we could run it in there, but we really want to rerun all of this. Rerun all of this much nicer. So it's basically double stacked along this. So we have our concrete down below, then we run the other one over, and then we have the other one on top of that, and we're running that one. And I usually run them in 3s, but in this case I can run them in 2s so that those particular double lines are kind of separated from everything else. So let's go ahead and get that going, and we're going to go ahead and just start it right here. And instead of doing it over here, we're going to do it right there. And we're going to go ahead and actually make this so this turns this wall pretty nicely. Now I find the 2s turn the edge a little bit better than the 1s, or a little bit better than the 3s, but not better than the 1s, obviously. But see, they turn the corner a little bit better, so they're not touching each other. No touching! No! Back. No, don't do it. Don't do it! Alright, going back over here, we need more aluminum. Now, you can just see the giant undertaking that this is, everybody. Again, when you start doing all this cosmetic stuff, you could basically be doing this for 20 hours and not really have any change in your base, other than, of course, in this case, we're quadrupling our stuff, but not really have that much movement on your overall base design and whatnot. Alright, I'm going to put some more of that back in there. What do we come back here for? More aluminum. Aluminum. Boom, right there. Let's put this 170 back in there. We're going to run some lines. We're going to clean all this up. Okay, now before we get too far into it, I want to extend this out, because now we're going to run our lines out here. Because we already have a line run here, and if we leave it like this, then we'll have to tear all this down, and thus it will stop our production. Whenever I'm doing something, I'm also thinking about keeping the current production running while I'm making changes in such a way that helps the base in the long run. One of the things that's going to help this base in the long run is the fact that I'll be able to travel underneath this really easily, like this, right under here with my vehicle or a hypertube or whatever I want to run. And I can even run the hypertube through the center, which is really cool. Put your hypertube right there, you're just running through the center of your lines, and then you can look at your lines while you're in the hypertube. Very, very useful, I find, in the long run. But this takes a lot more effort and time to make all this stuff work. But we'll get into it. Let's do it. Okay, and then concrete right here. And right there. Alright, now we're double running our lines. And we want to count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now notice how they are different from what these are now. I can see that this one's been shortened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait a minute, that's not 5. That's 3, 4. Yeah, that's 4. I like my line runs to be maximum. The reason why this one is 4 is because that's a blueprint. See that? That's a blueprint that I use because it can only go 4. Now, I feel, this is just me, that Fix-It would never give you a 4x4 blueprint. You know why? And hey, I got a cup to prove it. Right here. And a shirt that says mining cart. This one says play for more than bragging rights. Big love to St. Jude's. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. But the reason why is because the maximum length of your belts is 6. And that's the most efficient way of running your belts at the 6th length. So that blueprinter is wrong. I feel like it's an abomination and it needs to be fixed. It needs to be either 4x6 or it needs to be 6x6. That's me. I'm right. Fix It knows better. That's the most efficient. That's the way it should be. And there's no discussion about it. That's what should be done. It should be fixed. Big time. Because there's no way that Fix It would have said that 4x4. They would have said it's 6x6. Absolutely. Or at least 4x6 so that your line runs are perfect. And you can put your line runs down, boom, and then run all your lines and do all of that in 6 increments, how most people run them, like I do. So I'm going to actually take all of this out because I don't like how the lines are run. All of it. All of it removed. And then we'll be running similar types of stuff together instead of mixing things together like I did here previously. You can see that I've got coal running up here and we've got coal running down there, and that's just organizing it so that when it gets out on the other side, you could better run your line runs, and that's really important as well. So as you can see, this is looking much better, right? And we got the dual line runs now from the single node that is now producing at a much higher rate and backlogging like a boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, point, and number 6. And we can turn our zooping off while we're doing this. Now, I'm really going to blow your mind now. Now, see how this one goes down, and it goes down into the lower area? That's actually not the greatest of ideas. Because I have this upper level, I could actually run it to the upper level, and then on the edges of the upper level, I could just run it down and run it across. Instead of running it down and then have to run it back up and then running across the thing, it'd be way cleaner if it just came down and fed down into the thing. Just as easy as that, and I could actually offset it as well, so if I wanted to drive my vehicle down there, that would be the way to do it. And again, these are the things I dream of, everybody. Fixing these things. Like, man, I could fix that, and that could be way better, and this would be better if I did that, and so on. You can see that this is coming down, and it's hitting nicely up here at the top, but we could be doing that with all of it, where it's hitting this perfectly over here. Now, this is another level that I wanted to be at this level because this is 10 up from my other base down below. So what we're going to do is we're going to match these two to each other. The best way to do it is to start at the bottom, and then it lets me here zoop my way up to match up to this other level. Let's call it 2 more. And then I'll grab this here, bring this forward. Yeah, let's say a couple more, 1 more again. And there we go. Got that matched up. That is perfect. And so we're going to run it down, drop it into the thing, and run that concrete where it goes. Simple as that. We'll get back to it. Turn the zooping off by hitting R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now this is the most efficient, again, way to run it, so you're not using extra resources for your line runs. For all of these kind of pillars and things like that, you use them. 2, 3, 4, and that's okay right here. This one's fine to put it here on the edge because when it starts to go down, it'll just make it cleaner. Now we could have went the opposite direction. We could have walked back from here and went back that way, and then did it exactly 6 on the reverse, and then ran it back to our thing. And I'm the type of person who would right now take all of this out and go back and do it if I felt I needed to, which I don't, but I would if I needed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now lately I've been noticing that this sometimes does work at 6. Usually I do it at 5. Let's see if we can do it at 6 here. Oh yeah, we can do it 6 on the angle. With these, very nice. And then what I wanted to do is to drop down into here. Now one of the problems if I do just jump off of here, if I don't have the ability to float, I'm going to be in trouble. But I want to drop it down in here, and I want to run it where this other line was running. And it's down here somewhere. Where's my... Ugh, look at this. Ugh, that's got to be fixed. This is all super messy over here. This all needs to be redone. Okay, it was that outer line there that's being run right to there. And that actually looks not too bad. Until you get to the other side, which purposely is a hot mess. Look at this. We're going to fix all of this, everybody. In fact, we're going to eliminate all of these boxes over here. That's our big goal. Eliminate these boxes. So I don't necessarily have to go here. What it is I'm going to integrate these boxes and the sorter built into our factories right over here. As part of the factories itself, instead of it being separate over there, we can just have it all in one central place. And we're going to redo all these factories and all of that stuff too. And the first one we're going to redo, you guessed it, the concrete one. So we're going to come back to that. And again, I'm probably still fine on concrete over here. Let's see. Again, I have a bunch backlogged in these boxes. We got 4,800. Let's go and just try to roll over all of these. Yeah, we have 83,000 concrete over there, and we haven't made any in the last 2 hours, so it'll be fine. Plus, when it is ready, everybody, we're going to be going at double speed at 780, and then a little extra in there. Okay, so we ran our lines down. We got it over here. We're ready to run that down. Now, obviously, I don't want to just run it down right there, because then if I wanted to use my vehicles or drive along here, it's going to be in the way. So I definitely want to kind of spread it out a little bit. So what we're going to try to do is use our floor holes here. But one of the weird things, look at this. Look how bad that is on an angle, everybody. It should lay down and be flat with the angle. So we definitely don't want to do it there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of move these to the side, creating a kind of like almost like a pillar thing here. And then we're going to go ahead and say, okay, well, we want this to go down in there, and we want to try to get this same angle. It's really tough to visualize this sometimes, but I just kind of walk back, get a little eyeball like that on it, and then run it and see if it looks straight. It's going down just ever so slightly. Now, if it's going down ever so slightly, use this one to line it up. And you can also count the little notches on the side, but I just do it this visually is way easier. Way easier than to sit there and count all those notches. At least I think so. Now look, there we go. Now I want to see if that's straight, so I'm going to go ahead and pull one of my little power lines over here. So I can go ahead and just take a look. Oh, see, that one's up too high. Oh man, I was better on my first guess. Better on my first guess. All right, there we go. Again, we just go and redo it. And man, I eyeballed that one right in the first try. There we go. So basically, we're just going to drop them a little separate, so we can still walk through here and we can still make our way up. And then underneath here, what we want to do is just try to drop down in here and basically be able to take these things and run them to our first factory. Now we got all this stuff in the way. All of this stuff, of course, will eventually be moved, but I'm just going to, for now, consider them non-existent. Let's go way down here at the bottom and just do this. And then we're going to go ahead and do this to try to get this back in alignment, like that. And then same thing here. And always thinking forward into what you're doing next. And again, we'll run these across the top here. We're going to go 1, 2. Oof, we can see here. Where's our factory there? Where are we at? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's way less than 6. So we're going to eventually run those nice and straight, like that. Now all of this other stuff can be rerouted. Now this one right here actually can be eliminated. Why can that one be eliminated? Well, that's where our concrete used to go. Right there. Right down in there. So basically what I can do is just run that straight through there. Now all these other ones are totally in my way, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not going to live with it. It's got to go. Now look how many lines we'll have to move, right? That's a lot of lines. Now they have this ability for you to basically have that auto attached to the ceiling, but it sucks. And the reason why it sucks is because it doesn't give you the flexibility that something like this does, right? Where you can actually really get your lines all cleaned up and running in nice, straight, beautiful lines. So that's what we really want to do. So we want to go ahead and think this out, though. We want to go ahead and have some lines that are over on this side and some lines that are, of course, running straight there. The thing I would do at this point is say, screw it. I'm going to go ahead and take this out. Anything that's in my way, and eventually we'll come back and reroute it. Now, I'm going to leave the stuff on the other side, though, so I know... Uh-oh, there we go. Dropping loot now. Hold on. Oh, dropping loot. Get all that out of there. Just so I know what that stuff was potentially later, or maybe I have to track it down on the other end and say, okay, what was it I was running down that particular line? But at this point, I don't care because I have enough resources for now, and we'll go ahead and just clear that out. Now, none of this is tied to my nuclear power. So my nuclear power is not going to go off right now. And this is why I have it totally separate from the rest of my nuclear power. And there we go. We're going to take this, and this is going to run beautifully straight and going to be totally separate from everything else right over there. And now we've got our concrete. Now, down here is our concrete factories. And what we need to do is we need to work on our concrete factories and make them more awesome. One of the things about concrete factories as well is the fact that they don't need forges or your smelters at all. So all we really need is the concrete. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and try to find my concrete thing. There it is. And actually put it as all my stuff. It would be the first thing that I would have created other than biomass, of course. But I will go ahead and just put it right there. And then we're going to load it. And then we're going to make it better. Oh, well, if we have enough resources. Load it. Tractors. Load. There we go. Okay, confirm. Okay, so at this particular stage of the game, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I've upgraded all of my belts and all of my stuff to the fastest speed. Why do I want to do that? Because there is no point in it going any slower than that. Now what I'm doing here is I'm bringing this down into the slower level like this, and this is what's known as an underrun. So you do an underrun, makes it way easier for your inputs and outputs, but it takes more resources. So you have to stack it up a little higher, stack it up so you can run under it, so it's usually about too high. And then, of course, you're running your stuff down. So this is actually taking more resources than it really needs to. Also stacked it up high so that the resources won't be in my way at the ground level. Though I am liking something that I'm doing up above, where I am basically running the resources. I'll run up there and show you. From down below, and those resources are, you can see them on the exterior of the building right here. See, we can see we're running screws in there, we're running rods, and we can see if it's working. We can see that's working pretty good. We can see that apparently we have maxed our rotors now. We don't need to make any more rotors because we're good. And that it is also running in our rods and our screws in there. So makes it real easy. Oh, there we go. Making a few more because it used a few of those rotors up. And so we can actually see that action. Now I think we could do all of this even better as well. But again, my goal is eliminate what we don't need and make it more efficient. So let's go ahead and fall down here and go to our blueprint and figure a way of making this better. Now remember, we have this, we can stack this up even higher as well. So let's start with our basic here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, I did this just to show you guys how to do it. It actually does make it really easy to run it to the next one, but I feel like we actually don't need our underruns in this particular case. Like this. And we're just going to hit G on that and take a bunch of these out at the same time. There we go. And G. Oh, I took it off. Gee, there we go. Ah! Fingers. Using your fingers is tough. There we go. This allows me to accidentally not take out all of the all of the foundations. I think what they should have is they should have it where you have an everything but. I want to take out everything but the foundations. That would be a way better filter, I think. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Oh, I could have just took out the floor, the floor things. It would automatically take that out. Okay. Now, we want to rethink this. We want to go ahead and take our constructors that are up here and move it down here. And the reason why is we don't have all that running down and doing all of that stuff. And we can probably optimize it a bit better. So, we're going to go ahead and hit H there. We're going to nudge this all the way to the side as much as we can. And it might stick out the side of the wall just a little bit, but oh well. Like this. Now we're also going to optimize the input here. So we have a single input right there. Now the problem with this thing is that it's not offset. I would love it to be either on the left or the right, or be offset in such a way that I could then use it to align all that other stuff, but it doesn't quite do that, does it? Now I could just do this and just run it in the side, but don't really want to. Now the thing that does work well is the 3 wall here. Now I'm trying to find a way of covering these things up. I'd love it if you had like a little thing that you just put in there that blocks those things. I've used signs, I've used ladders. Ladders seem to work pretty well. If you go in and use your ladder and just kind of cover that up and say, look, that's not an input. But it'd be nice also just to be able to color just this one at the end. But what I want to do is I'm actually going to use the line runs as the alignment for my constructors so I can move them as far forward as possible. So the first thing we want to do in this case is align the output so the output goes back out that direction. In this case, we're going to be working on concrete, so we don't need any smelters. So we want to go to our logistics here, or actually I can just go to my first set. There we go. And get our mergers. And just run our mergers in this direction because we're going to go out on that side. Oops, not quite aligned. Now, if you're not aligned, here's what you do. You hit H right there and you say, okay, what did I screw up? Let's go ahead and put it where that one is. And then nudge it backwards a little bit and you can click that. And it will clip through the other one. And then you can try to take the other one out. And now you got it properly aligned. Now, if you can float around or you can get up on top of stuff, I find that's way easier to align stuff. Now this is automatically going to go crazy. Automatically going to know its direction. It's going to go outward. We can see it's going to go outward there, and then outward here. Now, can we get that closer? Absolutely. We can actually get that closer. But let's go ahead and look here in the back and see how our alignment of the back of this is going to work. Because again, trying to get this stuff to align is the hardest part. We'll put 3 of these in. Right here at this one, and then also at this one. So now we've got a problem with our rear alignment here, trying to get this splitter in here, split that down the way. See, so it's not gonna work all that well, but it might work. It might be able to go. Oh, nope, a little too close. Now, if I move this away just a little bit, it might work. You could probably get that to work and run around that corner. Now, this is way too many of these things. I think it shouldn't be that many, personally. I think it should allow you to offset these in certain directions as well. Not just like that, but it should allow you to offset that. Now, another thing that we could do is we could turn this around and basically say, you know what, we're going to put a single input on this side. And just take this and run that into there and then run it down the line and then back out and so on and so forth. Down the line, but I'm trying to keep it as straight as possible. So we need to think about the front and the back simultaneously to try to get those going. So let's go ahead and take this out. And thanks for the follow, by the way, Cars Empire. Appreciate that. What up, wise man? Kismet teaching how to min-max since 20s. How you doing, by the way? I'm doing good. Oh, I've been doing this since 50 years ago. Figuring this stuff out. I love doing this stuff, and I like learning new stuff myself. I just learned some new stuff today I'm going to show you guys when we really get into this. Now, look at that. That's right up on it. I really don't like doing it, but you can. You can absolutely kind of nudge that in there. Then we can go ahead and try to use our triple here. Again, to try to get that baby in there, and then we're going to take this, and we're going to hit hollow, and we're going to nudgy nudge. That right up in there, and then we're gonna put that in there. Oh, don't like it, don't like it, but this will align, so there we go. So if we really snuggle that in there, that's not too bad, not too bad. We got that in there, looks good. Now, of course, I would want it to be 1 and then offset on that side. So the other ones are not there, just has that one over there, and that would be a great piece for them to add. So it's like this, but it's either on the left side, the right side, or the center, right? So you have different options of it. Now, I don't even know if you can do that. Maybe there's like an alternate version of that thing. Let's go. Let's try to put it down and see if there's an alternate version. I have not tried this in a long time. Toggle build mode, Zoop default, quick switch. That's just going to switch between all of those options. I think that's where it would be right there, quick switch between those. I've rarely ever used that either. I can hide the HUD too. That's cool. I haven't done that in a long time. Close, build menu, right mouse button. Oh, I haven't used that either in a long time. Simple building, middle mouse button. Sample building, not simple building. Sample building. That's what I do that all day, every day. That's probably one of the most important things you want to get as a habit, using your middle mouse button to pick other things up that are already there. Snap the guidelines, hold left control. Get those going. How does that differ from anything else that I'm already snapping to? Hold left control. Scroll up and down to rotate. Yep, we know. Oh, you can actually turn the, look at the lines go in different directions. And then build. Okay, so there's no alternate version of that. I want that on the left or the right and just be 1. So then I would know that that is the 1 input that goes there, right? And of course, I could spread this clear across here, and I could just have this come out into a thing there, and I know that's going to be an input, and this is going to be an output as well. I do not like to do it that close because I can't see that it's really running. I mean, you can see it down the line, but I feel like it's always a bad idea to not be able to see what's going on with your stuff big time. Now, another thing that I want to do in this particular run here is actually be able to backlog my resources. So I kind of feel like maybe what I want to do, and we'll just try a bunch of things, is see I have this emptiness here in the back. I kind of feel like what I want to do is take this whole side off here and make the emptiness part, or the empty edge, be over here. So this is inset 1 by my actual factory. So basically it's going to set my factory back by 1. So let's go ahead and do a little bit of that work here. We're going to take all this out. We're going to redo all of this. I'm going to take all this out. And you're like, kid, but you're going to get less of these in, and that's true. That is very true. I'm going to get less of those in for sure if I put it on the side. And take that out and just put that back in. Oh, never easy as you think. And I've got 1 meter foundations there too. So I could do this, and basically I'm going to have less of these in there. Now, of course, I could turn them so that they're going the other way as well. But I've kind of found that this is what I like. And whenever I get to a point where I don't like something, what I do is always give myself a clean slate. Take it all out, start with a clean slate, and try it again, right? Or iterate on what you already have. Like, I'm going to go ahead and take out all this power, and we're going to iterate on this particular building. So I'm going to take this out just so I can basically work inside there without having all the walls in my way. So let's go ahead and look at our walls here. And what if we wanted to make this just easier for us when we're putting stuff in and stuff out? Now, I like this to be open in the back because this allows me to work with it. I'm actually going to be using this much more effectively in this one because this, actually we can turn it the other way. Where's the front of this? This is the front. We could actually make this the thing that's on the other side. And this is the thing that really clicked my, this is why I couldn't sleep and why I'm doing this bonus stream. This is what really clicked my, my creativity, is that I could make this part of this factory. And that means that it eliminates all of this. It eliminates all of this. This is now going to be part of the blueprint. So when I need some resources, I can just run over here and grab it. And then I just have factory after factory after factory that has these resources. Also, another thing that I thought of is you could elevate it up above so that you can put your factories right next to each other, but still have the ability to travel between your factories because you were smart enough to build a gate wall hole like that. And then take your foundations and put them up on top of there. If it's going to let me, come on, get up there. There we go. Put your foundations up on top. And then guess what? You still have the ability to travel behind your thing in between here, right, with your vehicle or do whatever you need to do. And then above that, you have your storage. And so you've got extra storage. And most of the time, this storage is not for my factory. The storage is for me to use. And I feel like I really want to run this a bit longer in the front so that I can then lift these up and run it wherever I need to go in my factory, much like, again, this giant spaghetti mess you see over here. We got the sexy side, which is all the sweet straight line runs, and then we have the mayhem that is the lower part over there. And the same thing over here. It's like the hot mess side over on this side, and then you got the sexy attached to the ceiling, all running in nice straight lines. And again, part of the fun is fixing all of that and mastering how to do that, and how to also integrate that into your blueprints so that I don't have to build a whole separate stacker and thing for it. It'll automatically take care of it. Now, in this particular one, I'm also going to do much like I did over there, and also I like to do in the back of my sorter over here, where I can drop some loot in there. So I drop the loot in there, like if I drop, let's say, some, I don't know, what do we want to really sort here? I really want to keep most of this. Let's go ahead and put some iron rods in there. So those iron rods are going to go down. They're going to basically be sorted, and they're actually running right now. You can see them there. And they're going to be running in there, and they're going to automatically go and run into my iron rods box. If there's not room in my iron rod box, which there isn't, it's going to automatically run them. You can see them running down there along with my quick wire. You can see them running down the overflow. And so that's going to run all the way to the bottom on that overflow and go into the awesome sink. Just get rid of that because I don't need it, because I already got 4 boxes full of it. Now, of course, the trick is to take that and make each factory have that particular storage. Now, the thing is, if I put these in sequence, it's just going to continue to have more and more storage further and further and further, if you think about it. So I don't have to stack it so high. I can just stack it really long. And then the amount of storage that would have would be insane. It would just have, as many factories as I build is as much storage as it would have, which would be nutty. That'd be a lot of storage. And again, I would probably only do them like this, but I would also double run them like this. Double run them so that they are clearing this box at 1500 in this case, to have the maximum speed belt. If you take 780, hey Siri, what's 780 times 2?
780 times 2 is 1560.
1560. Running at 2 belts, 1560. So basically, because I'm backing along so much of it in the box, I'm taking the limestone and I'm running dual lines out. So this one's running out at 780, this one's running at 780. So it's pulling it out of my backlog of resources at 1560. So it's going to burn that up. It's going to backlog it while I'm busy working here, and then I'm going to burn all that excess resources up at that higher rate to get rid of all of that excess, and then eventually it will catch up, and then it would just be running 780. So I would make it 780 plus an extra one. And then that extra one is going to be using up that extra resources because we would run that extra line toward the end and then basically be burning up that excess. Very, very useful, I find. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and integrate that in the side. We're going to integrate this over here so we can see it. Now, the only problem is that we're not going to be up there. We're going to be down here, right? And when we're running along, we're going to be running along our foundations, and our actual resources is going to be up out of the way, where we can't really just, go to the box and grab it. So that's going to be the biggest problem that I need to figure out and solve in there as well. But I do like the fact that I could just put a bunch of these factories in a row, and then I could I can put them closer together. I don't have to leave a bigger gap because I can just run underneath them and then go into any factory that I need to get into. For sure. Also, I'm going to take out the underruns so that we could basically put more in one factory, especially when it comes to concrete, because then you can put a bunch more of these in one single one, and this basically stack them up and have them just kind of weaving their way up to the other level, basically switching back, then switching back again, switching back. The problem with switching it back, though, is the fact that this is not going to work. The only way that that would work where it's going to be switching back is if you took the two side ones off and only put two down at a time. So if you put two down at a time, then you could automatically have the lines run and all the inputs and all the crossovers. I would just do that part manually. I just manually run those, and hopefully you don't screw it up. Hopefully you don't screw up in the long run. So how can I access this box from down below? Now I could go ahead and just take this out and just run underneath and grab it like this. Or what I could do, even easier, is to actually run this box and split it. And so split it here, run the rest of it over to where my hub is, and then I'm just going ahead and getting those resources. Now my hub's over here for a reason. My hub's right here, and it's actually aligned so that if I'm in my hub here and I'm upgrading my thing, if I can get myself down there, there we go. If I'm upgrading my thing, which I've already upgraded all the way, I just run out here, grab the resources, come back, put it in the thing. Now actually it'd be smarter if I took this and put it in the middle. So now I could just, instead of running all the way down to that side like I've been doing the whole game here, if I put it in the middle, then I would only be halfway to either of any of the resources. I would be halfway there. And then I could run one hypertube this way, one hypertube that way, and then if I need the stuff in the center, I've already got that stuff, whatnot. So I usually take this and I face it toward the hub for that reason, and then move my hub over time. And I will be moving my hub again. We'll be moving all of this, taking all of this out, redoing it all in the long run. But right now we're trying to redesign the way that we have our stuff in here. So let's go ahead and think about this. So this is going to backlog those resources, and we won't need to have all of those backlogs over there. Just a single box for me, and so it'll basically run that over there. And when it fills mine up, it will then run it elsewhere. But it's also got its own storage built in for the factory. So let's go ahead and now work on our constructor. So let's get our constructor in there. Right there. And I feel like we'll go ahead and put a nice... what if I could put... If I put a glass wall there... What an idea. I'll put a glass wall there. Like a little window. I could put a sign... See, what I want to do is take the sign and put it on the inside facing outwards. Because I can't put a sign on the outside, it won't let me. So if I take a sign and I try to put it out here, it says, no, you can't do that because it's outside the blueprinting area. What I'd like to do is put that sign on the inside, like this, and have it facing the other way. I only think it's going to let me face it one way. Put another one down, and we're going to use our... rotate it. Well, wait a minute. There we go. Actually worked. Hold on. Let's take our small billboard. Let's take this out. Small billboard. Oh, oh, hold on. Oh, I just learned something. Shenanigans. All right, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like that so much. Okay, let's do it. This is going to be concrete. We're going to select that image. Then we're going to go to our layout down here. And we're going to say, right, this one. Okay, that's going to make it super easy. Element settings. And then we're going to say node 1, 780, just like we did at our original. So that means that node number 1 is going to go at 7. Oh my God, I love that. All right, I just figured that out, everybody. Again, this is my favorite parts of games, is to figure this stuff out. There we go. Question, Kiz. You as a creator and partnered, do you have AdSense for ads if I may ask, of course. Yes, I do earn, a little bit from those ads, but mainly Twitch makes all that money, everybody. Just like when you guys sub, Twitch makes half of that money. That's a lot, everybody. That's a huge chunk when I'm doing the bulk of the work and they're providing the service. Normally you get like 70-30, like YouTube 70-30, and every other business would be 70. Even Apple only charges 70-30. They don't charge 50-50 for you to put an app in the App Store. That would be ridiculous. But somehow Twitch thinks it's okay to do that. I told them many times that they should just make it 7:30 for everybody and stop screwing around. Stop screwing around. If they made it 70-30 for everybody, then everybody would want to be on Twitch because Twitch is the most popular and it also has a matching amount to everywhere else. It's just dumb. It just makes you lose creators. But that's what happens when you're in the Gilded Tower, everybody. I think at least partners should have it. And maybe affiliates have like an incentive to be say 60-40, and then when they become partnered they get 70-30, or you're 50-50 as affiliate and then you go 70-30 or something, something that eggs you on to go to that next thing. There's only like a 1% amount of people that get that 70-30 now, because if you're too far beyond the 70-30, it's 50-50. If you're not close enough, I'd have to have 350 natural subs, non-prime subs, to be eligible for that 70-30. So you know what I suggest? Go over to Patreon, which is 95% goes to the creator, by the way. In my case, I put it all into the stream anyway. Every single penny has been going in the stream for 9 years. I've made a dime doing this. I don't pay myself to do this, everybody. I just put it back into giveaways and do stuff, because this is more about my health than it being like a business. I don't think of it like, oh, I'm going to go on to be the biggest pro streamer and pro gamer of all time. This is just so I'm alive. That's it. Those are my motivations, everybody. It's just to be able to get out of bed every day. And that's why I'm doing this right now, because I have insomnia, which makes it hard for me to sleep. So there we go. Node number 1, 780. I absolutely love the way this thing is going. I like this redesign so much right now. Okay, now how can I get that better? How could this be better? We'll think about it. We'll think about that box over there. That box is bugging me for sure. Okay, so let's get this in here. It's going to clip through my thing, but it still looks good. Still looks good. Oh, it's way up in the air. What the heck? What the heck? Again, watch that vertical. Watch that vertical sneakiness. Now, what I would do on this is to go ahead and put it close, hit H, to do the hologram and just nudge that baby into that sweet spot right there. Look at that. Yeah, it's gonna be through my little node thing. Make a grown man cry. There we go. Nudge that out of there. It's gonna make it tougher for me to get these in here. Wait a minute. Why do I even need the window? Why do I need the window when I could just take that sign and use that sign as the wall? Look, I eliminated. My goal is just to eliminate as many pieces as I can from this build. Oh, it's not going to let me do it. Won't let me do it. Oh, that's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. See, it won't let me align it to the wall. See, that should align to the wall like that. That would have been awesome. That would have been amazing. See, the wall can poke out over the edge, but it won't let this poke out over the edge because it goes way further than the wall does. Let's see if we can override that a bit. What can we do? Nothing. Just snapping. Snap, snap, snappy. In there. It'd be nice if you turn the snap off. I thought there was a way to turn the snap off. Maybe that's in Fallout. I don't know. I can't remember. But that would be awesome there. Maybe at the end here. We still need a way to get by, though. We could just leave a gap and make it where we can get by. That would have been awesome right there. Awesome. but it's affecting my ability to put my constructors down, and that I don't like. That I do not like. Yeah, let's do something like that. No, I don't like that either. That should be forward just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So inputs, outputs. Yeah. Now another thing that I could do, instead of having the actual input from my raw ore be down here, I can have that up at the top. So it'll be coming in at the top and working its way down, as opposed to working its way from the bottom up like we have it now in our other stuff. So we want to be thinking about that as well. I can just come back and put a sign on there later. That's probably the smartest of all the things, is just come along and put it on the side of that thing right there. Just come back later and say, you know what, I can just do this manually. Take my small billboards, attach it to the side there, put whatever I want on there. That's the better option, because this way you have more of your constructors in here versus anything else. Let me hit G so that doesn't do that. All right, there we go. So let's get into it. Again, this is just take your time on this stuff. This is actually the stuff I love the most. Is this kind of forward thinking here. Now this is actually fairly basic, where it's on the ground level. Now I don't really care if it's on the ground level inside a little mini factory. I care it's on the ground level running across my whole entire base. That sucks. But if it's inside the factory, this is so much simpler than those underruns. And it's also on the ground level. So that means that I can put more of them in a single blueprint right there. Now this is a merger, and that's going to go back in this direction like that. And there we go. So while simpler and on the ground level, it is very nicely aligned. And this is going to be concrete. And this is going to be our input over here. So we're going to go to our customizer. And I went ahead and made some colors, some green. So that's an input. And then I'm utilizing blue as the output. So very easily seen. You can just see it. It has one input, one output. Very much aligns to what we're trying to do. Very nice. Over there. And let's see, what else can we do here? I think that's probably pretty good on that. And then we just rinse and repeat. Now the thing is, I don't typically build it all out right away, because what I want to do is look at all the other stuff that I want to add to it. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. Now one of my favorite things is actually the fact that these little 1mm just make it where you can see the little green thing and see if it's actually working. So that's pretty cool. We're also going to take out this top part here, because we're going to redo all of this all into one. So that looks pretty good. I like the way that's lining up. And this is what I'd also call an input right and an output right. I also have input lefts and output lefts, and input lefts and output rights, and input rights and output lefts. You have a lot of combos like that happen. You can just use one of these, get one of these down, and then go from there. That's what I typically do. Okay, so liking that. Put a nice big sign. Actually, put the sign on the second level is where I'd probably put it, so that this thing's not going through there. It's a little clipping through the side, but we can live with it. And then this part's super easy. Just hold down Control, and it will just snap it in the same exact position. So all of those are good. And then we can go ahead and say, okay, now we want to go ahead and put some more of these up on top. And let's just go ahead and see if it lets us snap that in. It sure does. And notice it's snapping up to down as well. And then all of those are above there. And then same thing again. Oh, turn my zooping on. There we go. holding down control. They're snapping vertically to each other. We're just testing stuff out here. We're just seeing if we like it. If I don't like it, you will see me instantly stop doing this and do something else. Alright, now way on the top here is going to be a problem because we're going to start hitting that top tier. So that tells us that we can stack these. If we stack them as close as we can stack these 3 high. And so instead of doing multiple factories of these, like I'm doing now, let's go take a look at what I'm doing now. If I go over here and go to this factory, it has the underruns, which is where I'm feeding in the resources here, like this. And then up above this one, we are having our things in here, and we have 4 of them in here. And they're being lifted from down below, which is a very cool way of doing underruns. You can also take that and set that underneath, so if you're up above, you can just have it down below and work on that. And I could take all of this stuff and just raise it up to the next level and then put the other stuff up on level that, and so on and so forth. But I'm going to go ahead and leave it at this level because I feel like it's pretty good, but I can make my factories much higher to basically make it about this high, and then I still have enough room up above it to run all my lines, and then also still have place for me to walk around and do my thing as well. So basically, instead of making 3 of these factories, I'll put 1 of it all in one factory. So basically, it just makes it easier for me to put it down and run that stuff. So let's leave all this open though for right now while we're thinking about it, and see if I like that or not. I think I do like that. I think that's pretty good. Now we're probably going to produce less of these, so if we're going to produce less, then we probably want to put more storage in here, maybe to have this kind of switch back and forth, and end up kind of double running all of this down. We've got a thing that does this already for us that we could use. I'm just kind of looking at whether I like it or not. I actually really like that. So there's 6 right there. That's a 6 backlog versus a 4 backlog, which is what I'm using now. That's pretty sweet. And we also have the ability to go under it through here, typically in our vehicle. Now, the vehicle that I typically use is going to be this small little vehicle. Let's test it out. Oh yeah, no problem. Woohoo! Oh, watch out for the water. Oh, caught it! Oh, got it, nailed it. Quick, red alert. Ah, boom, right in the water I go. No worries, we got this. Yeah, we should probably fill in the rest of our water here too. There we go. Now I'm actually building at the water level too, everybody, which is awesome because if you need any water, you just pull up some foundations and boom, you got water. It's awesome. So that works great for that, but that does not work great for our other transport, like our tractor. It's gonna have trouble getting through there, especially our ginormous truck. It's gonna have trouble getting through there. Our Explorer, maybe. Well, let's give it a shot. Oh, we're gonna need some fuel first. Let's give it some biofuel. What do we get? First time I built it in this playthrough. It's good. I don't think I ever tested that before, but that's the first time I've tested it. Yeah, we get through there. It's incredibly close. But we good. I actually love the Explorer, but it's one of my favorite weapons. One of my favorite vehicles because it jams. It really goes fast. It doesn't have a lot of storage, just a little bit, but it really goes fast, especially when you get out on the dirt. I don't think. Well, I can make it here. See if I can make it out there. Right here. Man, I want to redo all of these hyper tubes as well. Whoa, whoa. A great vehicle. It also takes out a bunch of stuff, like you can see little trees and stuff. Don't take these things out. Those you want to keep around. I'm just going to take that out. Oh, somebody wants to get rowdy. Come on, bring it. Can you get to me before I get over here? Sounds like a little, Oh, man, do I got bombs? Ooh, I do.
Picking up multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest. It's too late.
Gotcha, suckers! Got myself a little bit, too.
Harvest.
Ah, that is getting creepy. Alright, I'm out of here. Those bombs are awesome. So I got too close to those little things over there. We'd go over and kill them, but we got other things to do. We're busy. We're busy doing some stuff. Alright, we got to get back to our factories here. Okay. So, speaking of hypertubes, I wonder if we want to integrate hypertubes into this build as well. So we could just have it where it automatically has hypertubes in the back here, so we could connect those hypertubes to any other future factories behind. And the longer it gets, we could just easily connect it. So yeah, maybe a hypertube down the side. So let's go ahead and see how I like it. Maybe something like this. And then something the same on the other side. I actually like using the glass for the hypertubes. So, transport. Let's see what I can get away with here. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that because of the because it's on the edge of the of this thing. But I could put that there and just run that line and then put an entrance over there. The only problem is I don't like my entrances to be right there because that's how you get sucked in there all the time. I would much prefer the entrance to be up here. And maybe I should move this over. That's why I didn't build all this out, because I knew at some point I was going to be adjusting it. That's how it always goes with these boxes. Alright, let's get our boxes. Let's see if we can just nudge that over. I feel like I like this better way up in the front. Like this, so I could run along and grab it. Like that. Then I could just stand here at the bottom and aim up at it and grab it. I could just jump, get out what I want, and it's up out of the way, and I can get underneath there. Oh man, sadly that doesn't align though. Because what it would be cool to do right there would be to do a wall that that would align to that, and then on the other side, like I could go and do one. And then on the side of it, yeah, and then on the side of it, some hypertube. Might still be able to do it. Let's see if we can squeeze it in. Get this nice and aligned. Oh, let's get rid of this. Get this aligned to the center, coming out this way. Close as we can. Not too close. There we go. And see how we like a hypertube down the side, yeah. I feel like it's just gonna hit the side of that thing. Maybe not. Oh, that actually is really good. a little clipping there, but that actually, I really like that. Okay. I think that's a W. Okay. We'll go with that. We can also do this. But it's going to kind of block my ability to get in there and get it. I can come up, jump up, and get it through the thing. Also, I could see what it was, too. If I jumped up, I could see what was on that belt right there and see what this actually is. But, of course, I'm going to put a big label on the side as well. All right, like all of that. And then we can also run that out of there and run it wherever we want it to go. All right, I'm digging it. Or even better, I could just do this, which I don't like doing, but I'll do it anyway. Or just run this across here. And then you can just access the box from on top. That works as well. I don't like it clipping, but we can roll with it. So make the box too big. And so if we move that forward, we could probably get another box in the back. God, they're so close together. I really don't like them that close together, but I guess we can kind of see in there. And then here in the back. Like that. Also got to think about our inputs and outputs. If our inputs and outputs are on this side, our output is coming out there. So we should switch this the other way. So our output comes out this way, and then we can just tie that into our boxes. Do we want to do it on the front though? I probably want my output to go out on that side. Then go back in the boxes and end up over here. The output goes to the back, crosses over, fills all these boxes from the top down. Yeah, I'd have to merge all of these lines. All of these three stackers would merge, and then you'd want it to end up in the box at the top. We're only going to go 3 high. And then go this way and then end up going the other way. No, you don't want to do that. You want it to come out on this side, go up, go into here, run all the way down to that side, go down that side and come out here in the front. Because this is what I'm considering the front. Though I should really be, aiming it this way. Now that I think about it. But I would think this is going to be facing the interior of my base. This way I can just run along and see if it's working. So yes, okay, that's decided. Let's face this the other way. Again, this is why I don't do the whole thing. Don't do the whole thing until you really think it out and try to innovate on what you're trying to do. This is like my favorite thing. Now again, once I have it down for one, I actually have it down for all of the ones that are using the constructors. Because the constructors, I can just save this blueprint and just change what's being made on the constructors. Dropping resources. And my husband wondered why he always hears you in the background. You never sleep. I did sleep for a couple hours. And this is what the drawback of insomnia is, and also when your creativity is firing at full speed. But don't worry, I slept a lot yesterday. I did do it. But this, again, I do have insomnia, so it does suck. And sleep apnea, which sucks even more. But hey, I got up. At least I'm doing something useful other than just sitting there going, man, I sure wish I'm sleeping right now. Why can't I sleep? Why am I sitting here? Why is life the way it is? Why must I suffer every day? Pretty much how it goes. All right, let's turn this around the other way. And we already have these aligned, so we're going to just use this to align it, but in the opposite direction. And then we'll take all these out because we don't want to accidentally leave those in the wrong direction. And Control, click all these into place. And we'll work on all of our doors and entrance and exits later. Okay, so let's switch our coloring over here to this being the input. And this being our output. There we go. And so we'll need to have our outputs all merge in some way. How can we merge those outputs? I wonder if we can merge those down from each level down to the bottom level into here. Let's try a little bit of that. So merging here, lifting. Eesh. Don't like that lifting. Don't like the lifting. So yeah, that messes up our whole nice and aligned thing here. We could have each level switch back. That's what I would do. So this level comes out and ends up here. The next level goes merges that way and then goes down, merges with the other one, and then the next level comes back this way, merges down and goes across, and then it goes down. So it goes up this way and then back again, and then that ends up merging into here. So if we put our lifter on the outside of this, which we can't really do, it won't let us. Definitely not going to let us keep that. I don't think. Oh, it actually let us do it. I didn't think it was going to let us do that, but it'll let us put that outside. I don't think it'll let us save it. Let us save that in our blueprint. Speaking of saving our blueprint, let's go in and save our blueprint. All right, I'm taking all this stuff out, and we're going to go ahead and let's call this concrete. I'm going to rename all of these concrete, and this is going to be. How many of these is going to be? 4, 8, 9, 10. This is going to be 12. 12. And then input left eye, and then right eye for input. Left input, right input. Save that. All right. No, I was wrong. It's going to be right input. Right input. Right input, right output. Put that backwards. Left input. Left. This is right input. Right input. Left output. Right output. Right output. Right input. Right output. There we go. Re-roll. Rut roll. Rut roll. Right input, right output. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Wow, my brain could not comprehend that. Now, I would just go in immediately and take the other one out. Right here. Where is it? Instructors? Where'd it go? Did it save it? Huh. I don't think it saved it. Saved it up here. Oh, it saved it up in here. Alright, so we'll take this one out. And this is what we're using now. Okay. We'll put those all away where they go later. Just as long as we got it saved. Because in case the game crashes or something, I gotta redo the whole thing. Okay, and so this is gonna go input up here. Just gonna run that like that. Really close, apparently. And we can just do. Yeah, we'll just put a double input in there just in case. This actually needs to go up higher. Higher than that. Okay, inquiring minds want to know now. Hope this is going the wrong way too. Let's double check it. Going up, it's going out. There we go. Inquiring minds want to know if that actually saves that there or not. Let's do it. Let's save. confirm. We're going to clear the designer. And we're going to take that out. And then I bet you it doesn't because it's outside the thing. I would think it wouldn't. And then we put it back in and we look over here and it is not there. Okay, I thought so. But at least, hey, we got that figured out. Okie dokie. So all of these we can put back in. And we're going in this direction on the bottom one. Getting all of our logistics figured out. And then we want to make sure that we put another one of these on this side. Like that. Same thing here. Our inputs are going to go back and forth. Basically stack to level. And we're going to have to put all those outer lines in because we're so close to the edge of the blueprint. We could make this less and just make this 2 of them. Make this 2 of them, and then we could have all the sidelines run, and then it would be kind of 6 high, and there would be little mini factories that we could do that. We can do 6 or we can do 12. Do I want it to do all of the stuff for me, or do I want to just fill in the extra? I'm a little tempted to let it do it for me. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Let's just take this out. And it also let us put our sign in too. Less work for me is awesome. Again, I really think these should be 6x6. These blueprints. Just keep iterating until you feel like, okay, that's the thing I want. Me, that's what I do. Alright, let's cut that down. Then also on the other side here. Take this out. I'm going to just hit G on all of that. Take all of this out. Oh, you can put the storage in the back now. Storage in the back. Okay, then we're gonna get reduced storage because we're gonna not be able to fit all that in there. So we'll do the same thing here where we have our storage is 4 high. Take this. Put our wall hole in there. We have it on that one. We have it right on the edge. Like this. Okay. Take all this out. Let's just make it less work where I don't have to go through and do all the line runs. And then we just do, if we want to 12 of them, we just make 2 of them right there. So that's going to give us some room in the front. That's going to allow me to go in and label in front of this. Well, like that. And I can go in, label this, select, do a different layout. This, elements, node 1, 780. Node 1, 780. All right. Like it? I like it. See where we're going here. Move this up to here. Get all this ladder stuff out of here. Back to hypertube in there. less storage in here, but then again, we can put them across all of them. Oh, we could actually put that in a little bit too, so the thing wouldn't be clipping. And try to get away with that. Nope. Sadly, no. Not good enough. There is centered. We just nudge it once. I think that where we just were. Nudge it twice. Oh, we could nudge it twice. We can nudge it once just to kind of get it over just a little bit. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. And then see, this is the cool thing. Now we can run all of these other lines like our hypertubes and all of that stuff because it's not on the edge of the blueprint. See? Now all of that stuff would already be in there and working. Okay, we have a little bit of curve in there as long as this way is not touching the hypertube. And then this one would go in. Why would I want that to go from outside though? I could just go down in the inside. Like that. Wouldn't need that outside stuff. Oh, but we could do this. Ah, we could do that, and then we could double run it. Oh, that's cool. So we're double running it out of there. Oh, see, I just innovated on that again. Now I want to do that on my other thing. I want to go do that on my other thing that I built. But again, see, that's how you innovate there. You think of new ways of doing the same thing. Now, I would probably take this out, because that's no longer necessary. And then, where's it? Just a regular wall. There. I just put a regular wall through there. And a little bit in the wall, but we'll just say we cut that out. So now we got a built-in storage. All right. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Now we can also say that this is going to be the output. So we're going to go ahead and say output there. And then, oh yeah, that's right. We're going to run it down from above, our input. Our input's going to come from above and run down. So we got to keep that in mind, that we can run it from the back, but I'll run it from the front. Up here is going to be the input, not down there. So if you change your mind, you can always go back and put it back. Oh, it's time to get up to get ready to stream, everybody. And again, this output could be up here at the top. I could just have this go this way, go out the back, come across on the next level, go this way, up, back, come back this way, end up at the top. Yeah, go that way. So our output would actually be at the top as well, and then it would work its way down where I could access it. I could also run this out. Just have this right here in the middle of the road. Shows me what it is, and I could grab it right off of there if I wanted to. That's cool too, but I don't really need that. Or I could just run it straight. And then I have to drive underneath that thing though. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. We got built-in hypertubes, inputs and outputs. We've got 2 of these here, so we've got it running this way now. So this one this way, then back, and then back again. So this is going to run like this. And out of there, and out of there. Now if we feed this in from the top, from the front, it's going to go that way, down, back again, down, and go like that. It doesn't really matter which way it goes. It just it matters based on where I'm inputting it. So if I'm inputting it from this side, I've got to go that way, then down, and then back, and then down, and then that way. So we'll put one there, put one here, and then input there, and then to here. Yeah, let's take this part of the ceiling off for now. Like that. Okay, let's put our splitters in. I could just make this, by the way, make this first floor and just keep copying that first floor over and over again. But I'm thinking it out first before I get too far into it. So this can go that way in case I want to connect some other stuff to it. So that's going to end up going that way. Split into there. This is going to have an input. What I'm trying to do is just simplify my inputs and outputs so it's easier for me to know what the actual input is and what the output is and so on. Then also to have it do a lot of the work for me so I'm not coming back later and running the lifters and running the lines and doing all the stuff that I've been doing the whole time. So it's actually it's smarter to make a smaller blueprint that has all of that stuff and just keep replicating that than it is for me to run the lines afterwards. That's what I feel anyway. So in this case, it's smarter for me to do 2 of these than to do 12 of them. Because it's going to do all the side lines, and I can basically do all the switchbacks, and then I can do 6, and then I just make a second one, and then I can do 12, then do 2 more, and that'd be 24, and so on and so forth. Okay, so we got all that lined up and ready to go. We're using our max speed belts. All of that is connected. Okay, now we need some foundations here. And those babies across there. Actually, let's do this. This one aligned first. There we go. Yeah, just tinkering away with some designs here. It feels like it's elevated. There we go. Okay. Again, this one's coming out that way. This one's going to go the other way. Up. This way. The line directions are vitally important. Making all this work. And of course we'll test it. Once we get one of these working, we got all of them working. Not forgetting any lines this time. I actually forgot some lines. I was doing this so late that I forgot some lines, and then I realized that only half of my factory was working. Alright, merger. This one's gonna go this way. Here. This way. Looking good. What up, Jago? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Yeah. How do you enable zoop mode when building? You hit R. R switches it. It's down there. It's called toggle build mode. Same thing when you're running pipes and everything. That toggle build mode is super useful. Super useful. For sure. Okay. We got that going. So let's, again, go down here and visualize this. This is going in. So it's coming out of this one, going down into that one. So coming down through this way. And going down, going through there. That's all you really need on the input is for it to make it to the bottom. This one's going to come through this way. And then go out of this one, out of aluminum sheets, really. I just happen to have a little smidge of that right over here. You can tell I come over here all the time because I have it actually stopped right here by where the actual resources are. Let's get rid of that one thing there. There we go. Where that aluminum sheeting is being put. Okay, back over here we go. And we're trying to optimize our production. Alright, I feel like that bottom one... Oh, we got to run power and stuff in there, so we'll leave that open for now. And then this one is going to run down and run that way. Okay. Speaking of running power, how do I want my power to be connected? Do I want it to be connected down the sides or the front? I feel like I want it to be connected upward. Maybe have it connected centered back like this. Center back in. Take this, run that through the floor. That one. Like that. Okay, we'll do that for now. Oh, we need to tell it what all this stuff is. That's going to be vitally important. This is so much nicer. Instead of just having 4, I'm going to actually have 6 per each of these. And that's going to allow me to do this much faster. I'm just going to click it instead of copy paste. Clicking it works too. Because I always go in and look anyway, just to make sure. Yeah. Okay, that's running good. Now, up another level. Open so we can snap that one in there. It doesn't look right, but let's double check it. Back one. Hitting that edge perfectly. There we go. That's how it should look. Okay. And let's cover that one up. This over here. And so splitters. Already forgotten my directions. Already forgotten. So it's coming through here. This all seems backwards. It's going down, going that way. So, I'm going to feed it in from the top, on this side. I'm going to go back. Go down, and it's going to go this way. Yeah, these are all backwards. All backwards. Line connections out of my way. In this way, down, going that way. Jeez. Sometimes it's unruly. Okay, so going back that way, coming in this way, that way, and then this one here at the bottom. Just take that door out. It should be going the other way. Okay. Okay. It's just the way it goes. forgotten. This way. Going that way, down. This way. Definitely worth taking your time, taking it slow. Getting all your directions right. Worst thing I find are the power lines. They get in your way so often. Alright. Now we're getting it going. Okay, so this one coming in, down, going out. This one's going to go down into there. Okie dokie. This back in here. God. Coming in, going that way. Okay. I do this all day, everybody. I love this kind of stuff. Love this big time. Okay, and that one's going to go here. And I'd suggest to keep your stuff half built while you're doing it, just so you can see what the heck you're doing. That's wrong. This is going to come down, go down into that one. And that one comes out, it goes down, and ends up at the bottom. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting it good. How's this? So this the concrete? Nah, we've done it. We'll go back and double check everything before we finalize this. Okay, so this one is going that way, so this one needs to go this way, then down, then that way, then down, and then end up here in the front. Or we could have it go this way, up, down this way, and then out this way. I think that's what we want to do. We want it to end up here at the top, and then that top go into the box. I think that's what I decided at the end there. Let's get our things to help us align that. There we go. Mergers. I feel like this flying thing is like the best thing they added too when it comes to getting this stuff done and redone, so you can just kind of visually see it all from up above. Okay. No, wrong. This is coming out of here and going into there. This is backlogging into the boxes. And that runs out there and then double runs down so that if we have any backlog, it'll run that out at double. Or whatever else I send it to. Only problem is if I do want to lift that up, this is going to be in my way. If I even need to bring this outside, maybe I can just do a little bypasser right here. Don't like it. But I could do it. Don't like it though. Not like it. Don't like it. It'd be nice if this was one higher, because then I could flip it around and run it from the back. In there, I could still do it. One more in there, and just have it at the top of what I'm doing. Oh, and then I could use that as an output. Ooh, yeah. But now I gotta change all my directions so they end up on the other side. But that's okay. We do what we gotta do. So this go here, and then this one could just work inside. Run this up. There. lock in the outputs too. Huh. Oh, we got to put our smart splitters in there too. See, the problem is I want to run it up, but I also want to run it down. I want to run it down so I can get to it, but I want to run it up so I can run it. There you go. You had a scare. Oh, well, glad you're feeling better, bro. Glad you're feeling better. Let's see. Yeah, so we could run the output over here. Run it up into here. Or input there. And output on this side. Basically do that inside and then just run this where I want to go. So it would only be the one box. It would only be the one box that I'd be running the outputs. I'd want to run it from down here. Yeah, I'd be want to run dual outputs like this above. Yeah, we'll leave that. We'll leave that as an option. And then we'll also leave this input as an option. And then we can run this as an output and run that concrete wherever we want it to go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to build that in. No, wait, that's an input. Wrong one. That one. And we'll just put it there as a reminder that that's the output. Okay. So that's going to run that down. Keep that down in that bottom one. We're going to put an extra box here so we can run this and end up in the back. So that we can run it into the box from the back, run it all the way to the bottom, run this back up again to use all of the excess that's in that box. Okay, so we want it to end up going the other way. I hope you guys are digging this. We're just figuring out logistics. I'm having fun. That's what's important. We may or may not have some 76 fun today. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I feel pretty rock solid right now, but, you know, no guarantees. And instead of sitting there staring at or laying in bed for 5 hours, because I went to sleep, but I couldn't stay asleep. I was just laying there and laying there and laying there, and I'm like, oh, God, I could be doing anything other than laying here right now. My doctor told me, my neurologist told me, he said, if you're just sitting there laying there, I'd get up. I'd get up and do something because you're just going to drive yourself crazy just laying there. I said, you're absolutely right. Wow, this is actually going to work out really good. Look at this. Wow. Right into there. Nice. And again, we'll leave the option for an additional input there. Might as well. Just want to work some magic there. Let's actually put this over this. Actually, we'll just leave it open. Okay, now we got to fix these other ones. Let's fix the one up above first. This one is now going to go in the opposite direction. You know what I could be doing is I could be doing this. So you take this out and then you just put this one down and you just try to rotate it around the other way. Opposite direction. Now I'm good, and then I can just take this one off the top. Makes it easier to align. It's not like this is hard to align anyway. And I'm going to take all these belts out so they don't end up getting screwed up. I always take the belts out too, just so they don't get messed up in the long run. Okay. we should be working from the top down. Because that's going to be easier. So this is going to go out here. Go through here. And go through there. So this is our actual output. Right there. Okay, so there's our output, and that runs into the boxes. And then our output actually is here at the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and mark these as outputs. Output, output. This is not an output. That's going to be lifted in the back. This should go back to default. And again, this one's going this way. This can come out. This one's going to go down. Do that. Down there. And we'll tag that just for belts. Get all the belts. Take this, put that up above, put this up above. Look at the direction this one's going. It's going that way, so we're going to go the opposite direction. This is one of the coolest things they've added is the ability to utilize ones that are already there to readjust, and actually it snaps right underneath it. Super useful. I use it all the time because I can just put one on top. It's already aligned to everything that I was doing from before, and thus it just makes it easier to re-put it back in, but in a different direction. I've been doing that on my belts all this time. Okay, and then let's redo all of our lifters because I never trust lifters. So this is going to go out and up in the back, like that. And then it's going to bring that one out this way. And then it goes from this one to that one. Right before, but that's okay. And then this one goes out, it runs that way. Again, let's just err on the side of caution by redoing that one as well. And we'll test this obviously to make sure it is working properly. Okay. So down here, coming out, going up. This one going that way, so this one is wrong, right? Or no. This is the input here. This is my input in the front. So that is the input. To come down from up there, it's going to run through here, running in this direction. And this one goes down to there. It comes through there. All right, that's right. That's right. Take this off so we can see through there, down, and then through there to the other side. Now if we wanted to tie this into the other one, we'd have to run this out a little bit, lift it up, and then run it into the next plant. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. We could just connect it like that. Okay, I think we're getting close here. Probably another good time to save. Even though it's still got some work, but that was a lot of work to not save it. Let's save it. Okay, so our input is on the right and our output is on the right. This is actually our final output here is our boxes. We got built-in boxes, we got built-in hypertubes. We got a line that's totally weird there. Let's fix that line. In case we were tying these across multiple things. Coming down and up here, and then we can go out, run it out a little bit, run it up next to this, run it to the next one. We've got our thing under there. Want to put an entrance on there. We probably don't want to put an entrance on there until you actually put them down. I put the entrance in manually. That's for sure. We could run some power down here in case we wanted to do that. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's go ahead and put some walls in here. We don't have to see any of that. All contained in there nicely. And then we're going to go ahead and put some ceilings up in here. And architecture rough. Yeah, let's put a nice flat ceiling in there. Like that. And then we could go to our customizer, materials, glass roof. Make that into glass, so we're up on top. We can look down in there if we want to, and make sure that that is running for sure. Yeah, it's running in, and then we could look at running out. And most of the time, I don't want to look at it. Most of the time, I want it to be hidden, so it's not bringing my frames per second down. There we go. Oh wait, wrong one. Wrong one. Right here. I have to fix it roof there. Actually, I don't even need that fix it roof there. What am I doing with that? Don't need it. Either. So I can look down in there and see if all that stuff is running down all the belts. Okay, and that's going to be my output. And all I need to do now is just to run the rest of these walls. Here. Definitely want a door under here. Yeah, I already got one. Cool. Door under there. We just have the door where the access way is. Definitely want to have a door on the other side, though, in case I wanted to dart into this side. Look at the inputs or outputs. Let's go ahead and put one of these on this side. Door. Okay, I want to go in. I want to change this to something else. I'm going to redo our power connections though. So we got to redo that. It does look like it's running from down below. Okay. We got a door on that level. And we want a door on this level. Nice to have ladders. Nice to have ladders there with a nice door. We could put a wall that has an offset door. We could just run off to the side of our lifters. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I like that better. Yeah, it's right in the front too. And then you could have ladders already built in case you don't have any power. Go there. I wonder if I could jump to this ladder. That one doesn't really go to that one. Alright, let's try this. Go up to this, we can get into here. I mean, we're up above, but that's okay. I kind of want to look up above so I can see it anyway, and then I can jump down if I want. But can I get to the next ladder is the question. Oh, I sure can. Oh, I love everything about that. All right. Innovating my ladder designs. Okay, so and then same thing here. So this is where I'm mostly going to go, I think, to get from one to the other. Is using those ladders. if I can just do this downward. I'll match that ladder how I have it up there. Yeah, just go downwards like that. There we go. Then all the ladders are nicer. Okay, so I'll just put that in the front, and that makes it easy to do that. I'll have these on the side. Do I even need these on the side? You know what? I don't need this. Don't need them. Just have an entrance on the front. And then I could have an exit on this side. Same thing. Front and back. Yeah, same thing front and back. So I can have a ladder on the back of it too. And also what I could do is just go in here and I can jump through the door and basically have a platform that connects those together from one to the next, which would also be awesome. But let's go ahead and put our ladders in the back here. Oh, this is going to be a problem because this is going to be in the way. That's going to be an issue. But here's what we'll do. We'll change our mind on all of this. Our light on too. And we'll just take our wall here. Our offset door. Rotate it. So it accommodates the top one. Alright, so again, innovate. Doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. Part of that is thinking that stuff through. Because you know, you put that down, you're gonna discover that's a problem. Oh wait, what's going on here? That's fine. That's fine. All right, let's test it. No jetpack. Yeah, get in there. Oops. Jump out that door. Oh yeah. I think I flew a little bit there. I wonder if that's me flying or if I'm actually able to jump to that. We'll test it. Alright, looks good to me. Make sure that we do our power here at the top. This power all the way through. Take that out, make this easier. Okay, that's connected all the way down to the bottom. In the back, concrete, concrete. This is going to be our new standard for all of our constructors. Concrete, concrete. Okay. Now, one of the annoying things that happened to me last time is all of my power connections, whatever side I put the thing on, I couldn't chain it between all of the buildings. What you really want is you want one building that's connected and on its own power circuit. So this time what I'm going to do is build in the ability to shut that thing off. So what we're going to do is we're going to build in our logistics here, our power, and our priority power switch. But we need some high-speed connectors and circuit boards. We'll track those down. Let's save this again. Right there. And then let's go ahead and overall save the game in total. Alright, good. Good, good. Okay. So we got that going. We need them circuit boards. Circuit boards. And over here. Actually, we go like this. Switch, priority power switch, add it to to-dos, and then we don't have to think about it. Then we don't have to keep looking up. What up, Roars? Thanks for hanging out the stream. As you can see, we're having a bonus stream right now because I couldn't sleep. And I got a ton of stuff going. It's not like I'm not working, but instead of just laying there and doing nothing, I thought, let's get up and do some Satisfactory because I got some ideas I want to try. There's them boards right there. Now, circuit boards might be a problem. We've been burning up all of our circuit boards back here. Oh, our computers are getting backlogged. Our circuit boards are not. Let's follow our circuit boards. All of this mess so needs to be cleaned up. We'll backlog of circuit boards that way. Ugh, so we need to work on our circuit boards. And we'll snag them out of there. And that's the reason I'm doing this, is because a lot of this stuff, I have lots of power. I have 10,000 power extra I can do to revamp all of this stuff easily. But there's certain stuff that is at a deficit that needs some help, like circuit boards. And we're going to scale all this up big time. Put this over here. So a little gap. There we go. All right, let's make ourselves a couple circuit boards here. All right, works for me. Over here. The heck was that? My arm. Okay, that was weird. My arm flailing. I thought it was a spider for a second. My arm was like, I was like crouched and my arm was flailing up there. Okay. Node number 1. Let's get our power. Priority power switch. And we're going to put it right there. And then we're going to put double wall plug right there. We're going to run the power right to it, but we're going to switch this the other way. Back away so I can see which way it's going. It's kind of hard to tell which way is A, which way is B. I got to kind of back up. All right, B is what we want to be running into here. Right there, or we could be running it back here and just connect it back here in the back. See how I like that. Not bad. I'll just run all that stuff internally. We don't have to look at it. Okay. Better idea. Let's do this. Double a wall outlet in this corner, in that corner, on those sides. Also in the front. It's got a door in the way. We don't need these here. Don't need these on this level. We should do it on the top level. So, connect the power, this one to here, and this to here. And we're going to have the power come in via the front. Oh, we've got to put our thing back in. a little wall thingy. There we go. So we have the power come in the front. The primary power comes in the front, and then this will be our cutoff switch. Node 1 concrete. Let's put it in there, 780. Okay, node 1 concrete. We'll turn it on. And then we can set the priority groups of what stays on and what stays off. And you can also subgroup them too, which is super cool. And then any of these that you have anywhere in the base, you can turn them off from any of these controller things. That's why I keep them by my hub too, so I can control them. You can see this one has one over here for quartz crystal, so I can just turn that off on and off remotely. But now we're going to build that into the actual thing. Yeah, too cool. So we got all that going. We got our ladders in. We've got to put in our ceiling here. Connect it all the way down. I was going to put the connection to chain these on the outside. That's what I should have done. I should have made this one a double. Like this. And then this across. Back or in the front? Put it over there. Cross connect this one and that one and see how it looks. Looks pretty good. And then these. This. And then like this. And one thing. Now the reason why I'm putting that out there is so if I make another one of these factories, I can just tie it back that way, or on this side, I'll have it where I can just tie it back that way, or if I want to chain it to other factories that are next to it. I had that problem last time where they weren't easy to chain it behind. But I could put the power in the back instead of doing this over here. Or I could do that also. Put this in the back. I can chain it back here. Actually, way up here. You can put as many connections as you want inside, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to see them unless you put a double connector on the outside. Yeah, so I can just connect it over there. Sounds good. Now I have more options in my connection action there. Alright, I think we're finally getting close on this. I'm liking it so far. When we put it into actions, when we're really going to know. That's when we're going to know if it works or not. Okay, any other things that I had in there last time that I really wanted to add this time? 3 different levels. That's going to give us 6. This will automatically give us a break in between and a break down the side on both sides. And then we put another one down. Put another one down next to it. We'll already have the gap in between where we can run in between it as well. And then we have power. We need that power on the outside there. Take that off. Let's see what that was all about. I don't need the power on the outside. Power in the back. Want the thing. Yeah, I don't need that either. We have it way up at the top, so it's kind of out of our visual way, so you're not running your lines real low. This is still connected all the way across. Okay, these are all connected. Yeah, I really like that a lot better. We know where our input is, we know where our output is, and then we also know where our output is on the back. Alright, the only thing to do now, I think, is to test it. Okay, let's save it. And time to take out our concrete. Alrighty. And then this is the cool part. If you've done this as a blueprint, you can just go boom and take the whole thing out at one time. It's pretty awesome, but you got to watch out you're not dropping boxes everywhere, because that's what I usually end up doing. So I'm just revamping the whole entire base now. Now we've decided, okay, that's it. We're going to fix everything so we can use it later on. If I didn't need to do that. Just need to put some of this stuff back. Like this. A couple of those and this stuff. This and get this. Okay, now we've got our blueprint. We're going to edit it. And we're going to put it in with our constructors, and we're going to put it way up in the front, because we're going to redo every one of these to be more like that. Big time. Okay, and then we're going to put this as number 9, because we're going to probably end up doing it multiple times, because that's what always happens. And we know our arrows that way. We're missing a bunch of stuff that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and put it on the list. Grab some more of our stuff back that we put away that I knew I was going to regret doing that. Silicon, this. Oh, we can clear the thing and get some of those resources. Clear designer. Grab all that loot. Of course, it didn't grab the one thing I wanted it to grab. Always the way it goes. The circuit boards. All right. Okay, what's the problem here? Oh, the power line in the way. Need these lines anymore? Better to me. Our coal power back online. Okay, and our coal power I think is going to be in our way too. Probably going to end up taking all that out. But let's get this in first. Okay. Oh, and now we're out of quick wire. It just so happens that I used up the last of that quick wire. Too funny. Okay. What is it? Why is it saying it's yellow? Oh, and we're missing the front of that. Probably because we're encroaching that copper thing there. We want to fix our outer wall here. So it's all part of the blueprint. Be probably doing it multiple times. When you're doing this, you'll probably end up doing it multiple times just to test it. So that's kind of my goal. Test it and fine-tune it again and again. I'm just trying to add features to it so that it's like a one-stop shop on that. And then the designer, get all the resources. I'm going to take this one out. I don't want it in my way. Dropping resources again. What do we got? resources. And we can take out some of this other stuff that we've got too. And all of this random stuff. There we go. I got a little bit more room. And we're going to take this out. That out. Now let's see if it says that we're crowding something. Ah, there's our blue. Again, I'm going to set it back a little bit more than I have the rest of my factories here. I think we're golden. I think we're golden. Alright, nice. I want to reconfigure that one going over there. And I really want to redo all this power too. The way this power is running. This is my primary way down. So probably I'm going to run this here on the side. Put our ladder this way. Keep it centered that way. Oh, looks good. Looks good. And we'll bring our primary power, run it into the A. Now that got its own power right there. And just for now, we'll run that over to there and deal with it later. All right, that actually has power. Now we need our line runs, which we are running to here, and we need to go down into there. We're just gonna do that for now. All right, let's see if it works. We should see some. Some stuff start up and start to work. That's green. No, it's not. It's already stopped. I can tell you already. There's something wrong. It already stopped running. And let's see. Is it feeding in there? No power. Okay, so it's a power problem. Let's go see if our switch is actually on. The switch says on. So it goes into there. And I think I took the power connector out. I sure did. And then run that in there. Alright, so we got to fix that power connector. Let's see if it's working now. Oh, it does look like it's working. And there is our concrete right there at the bottom. Awesome. We should see some going up. Yep, there we go. I feel like I'm going to go ahead and just take these off so I can look at all of the instructors. They're all working. Up, second level is not connected. All right, troubleshooting. Let's do some more troubleshooting. Power connector at the bottom. And second level output not connected. Okay, let's check the bottom level. Bottom level looks like it's going in good. Going out there. Going out there. That should be lifting upwards. Yep. Lifting up into here. This is not connected, but it's connected. That makes it start to go. Got no power. Even though I connected that, it doesn't seem to. Second level has no power. This is running to this. Second level doesn't seem to be working. Oh, these are not connected. Second level power did not get reconnected. Second level output's not connected. Second level power is not connected. Okay. Another thing we got to problem solve. our third level. Just take the top off. Make it easier. Outputs are looking good. Inputs are looking good. Okay. I think that all looks good. We know it's going to the final boxes, so we know all these other boxes are fine. See how much is made already, 147. Yeah, it's definitely working. These ones are working, going in, going out. I took a whole bunch of it. Oops, sorry, out of the way. Took a whole bunch of it and it was backlogged in this box. It should run out in both of them. There we go. That's when you have a whole bunch, it'll run out both. And then it should really be backlogging that box, yeah. And then they're double running there. Sounds good. And we should check. This is only single running down. So double running in the bottom one, but we're only single running here and using this output. I feel like maybe I want to do this. Nope. Do that. Take all that out, put in the top box. Double run those out in the top. The bottom one I can just turn like this, and then run that output something like that. If I could turn this the other way. Man, I really wish you could rotate that the other way. So you could see do what I do when I run it into the floor where it's turned the other way. Can't do that on the exterior, it doesn't look like. Alright, well, I feel like I like that double run better. So let's fix the double run. Fix double run and fix output. Hey Siri. Never mind.
Okay.
This is how I turn off the alarm, by the way. Great secret for Siri there. If your alarm's going off, you just wait for the alarm to stop. And then you say, hey, you just say your name, and then she'll ask you, just say, oh, never mind. And then she'll stop running the alarm over and over and over again. Okay, fix double run, fix output reset. Okay, let's take this out of here before it actually makes too much concrete. And then we're going to have a ton of stuff to take out because now we added stuff in. So we're going to be dropping resources all over the place. We're going to have all of this raw concrete, aka limestone. Okie dokie. Anything else? Power plugs. Take out. Got under there. Crate down there? Yeah, look at the crate underwater down there. There's more of them. Holy mackerel, there's a whole bunch of them down here. That's where all those crates are. They're way under the water. Alright, here's a great trick. Oh my god. Throw that one away. Crates under there. We're making a mess under there. Thank goodness we got rid of it. All right, less crates that I got to deal with. Okay, back to our blueprinter. Let's fix these. Let's fix these issues. I really need all this stuff on me. I seriously doubt it. Just I need that many of those. I need that much of that. Not really. Probably just one of those would be enough. I need that much concrete. There we go. Downscale a little bit of that stuff. And there we go. All right, let's reload that. And let's get it right this time. So we gotta fix our power. Did it outside. Run outside. Oh, that's why it's running outside, because I did that. I see. Ah, I thought that was an extra one. Okay, that's why I took that out, because it was running outside and I didn't want it to be running outside. It wants to be just an inside run. You don't see it from outside. That's going to go there. Okay, so first thing was power connector at the bottom. We fixed that. Then we're going to go to the second level. And the second level doesn't actually have its belts in there. Not good. We can put all these belts back in. Okay. Belts in the back. Okay, they look good. We have also our power here. Oh, that's... Why is that up like that? Okay, do not like that. Should be down like this, and now we have to go and run this back down again. And it's going to be as awkward as possible to get out the door. Get out the door, bro. Okay, that was awkward just to run it down there too. Okay. So, come back to the first level. Let's do second level. And both of those are running there. That's connected down. We have to connect it back down again from the upstairs one. Now we change that. This one's weird too. Alright, don't like it. This one's running to all of that. Go there, because I didn't have the ceiling on there is why. I did not have it on now, and I didn't realize that the thing was gonna clippy clip into it. Gotta be real careful or it just makes another one of those things. Okay, now we're at the top level here. Top level. This is the top level. Top row up in the door. Top level runs a bunch of other places too. We have to cross connect this one back over to here. That allows us to connect stuff on this side if we want to run stuff that way, or we can connect it in the back right there. Okay. Good, good. I'll leave this interior open. I kind of like that interior open. I think I'll leave it open all the way down. So you can see all the storage from in here. Yeah, you can see all the storage from all the different levels. And you can run up here and you can check on it. And less overall resources it needs to run. There we go, very nice. Just used it. Could have just used the ladder on the thing. Had it been on the other side, I could have used the ladder there. thought of something. I could have used the hyper tube over the top of the bottom one. Yeah. Like right there. Put the hyper tube through there, but now I got that in the way. I could put it right over the top of my production or around the back of it here too. Always iterations that you can do. Now let's take a look. Say right here. I could just run it right there and just move this door to the other side. There. And then we could just climb our way to the hyper tube on a little ladder. That ladder, number 7. Little ladder, boom, number 7. So we can use a ladder to get to the hyper tube. That's cool. Alright, now we got to change all of this stuff. Now we have changed our mind. At least I changed my mind on where I want all this stuff. Like this. And this had another idea too. Let's do that. Down. This down. This down. I could put a little platform there. What kind of little platform do we got that we could put there? Something like this. God, there's not a platform with a hole cut in it for a ladder. Oh, that would be awesome. I just thought of that. There was a little notch there where you could come up through that notch and then get on the platform out of the thing. Not notch from Minecraft, but like a notch would come in there. Yeah, early bonus stream. I've been going for 4.5 hours. Couldn't sleep, so I got up, and here I am. And now I'm almost time for my other stream. I don't know. We might just keep going. We'll see. Okay, so now I'm thinking, okay, we get here. We can climb up. We can get in the hyper tube. Boom. So that's good. And we want to run the hyper tube. Would probably be a good idea. Through there. Yeah. This wall off right now. And then we can take this hyper tube out. And we can make this suck less. Alright, let's go. What made me think of this is when I thought of the ladders on the inside. So I could use the ladders on the inside for my boxes, but I could also now just adjust them so that they're straight, so they don't have to be offset. And then I could use those internal ladders to make all this work. And we definitely want to take out all the lifters and everything that we were doing in here. Also put this more in the center. Sure. We got kind of like built-in storage for each of these. Up a little bit. Definitely more. Yep. Look at this one out. All these other connections. Redo all of those. there. Dual input here. Take this out. And again, this is going to go out here. That's going to go 2 down. This one. Input, so we got the dual. Basically, this one's going dual down to the second box, dual down to the second box. Let's take all these out, make it easier to run our lines. This is our input here. And we're going to have a double input, so in case you want to input something in there for some reason, we'll have it connected at least. Output there. And then you're straight down. Go out of there. And then this one double to the bottom. Alright. So we did a dual input, we could like if we brought it from another factory and ran it over here and double inputted it there, it would double input all the way down, basically going at 1560 all the way down and end up down there. That does not belong like that. There. And then our output just turn. And then, oh, it's not going to let me put that on the edge of the designer. I should put it on the inside. Yeah. Oh, actually, that's even better. That's even better because then it will go right at the top. Be all like perfectly with the thing. All right, cool. All right, got that going. All right, now we got to put our walls back. And we got all of that squared away. Not that wall. Standard wall. Cover up that so we don't have to look at it. Watch it doing its thing. Definitely save because holy mackerel, that was a lot of changes. And we're just going to keep trying it out and make sure it's working on the first try. And if it's working on the first try, then we'll just use this same template for all of our other stuff. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my actual hover thing off and then try this thing out. Go here and then jump. Jump. Up to that one. No, that's not working. That doesn't really work. It works because I had the hover thing on. Maybe if we ran it a little bit higher. Oh yeah. Gotta run it. Oh, that one actually worked. Okay. I got another cool idea too, and that is run a little thing across here. Rampy thing, just done saving, irritating, like this. Little thing where I can cross out the back. I think would be pretty cool. Do I want that for all levels? I don't feel like I do. Anything even skinnier than this? I think this is as skinny as it gets. This is a walkway. That. Catwalk crossing. And again, let me go from thing to thing. And this is on the back as well. Put that back the way we had it. Second one's tough. This one can go up. Lock. See, I can't get in that door. Locking me in that door. tricky. Too tricky to get in the door there. Gotta be a way. That's how. There we go. So you got to basically offset it like that. All right, let's go do that on the other side. Do a little offset. Okay, so you go ahead and start from this one, and then you run it up just a little bit, maybe a little more. Run this up, and then run that up. It matches? Oh, a little less. Maybe that. Then this. There we go. Take that out and try to get it where it's not blocking. Okay. Got to be 2 up. So 1, 2. Do that. And that one at the top. This one out. Back down. Then when you go up here, you can go in the door. Or you can just jump and get to the next one. And then jump to get to the next one. And that takes it to the top. Okay, very nice. Got that. Failed jump. There we go. This is where we need our other thing. And then again, if we have ones, we can just run the thing out of there, and you can run completely across the whole entire sequence of them. Okay, I think we're looking good on all of that. Got all our walls back in. Up and down, all looking good. Let's check all of our wall sides. Put a little hovercraft thing back on. Got our roofs in, we got our stuff in over there, our inputs. Alright, I think we're ready for another test. Another test. And we don't have the resources. That's fine. We need wire. We're just going to leave it over there on the blueprinter because I feel like you go back and forth on this a whole bunch. Back and forth, trying to iterate on it. Now, I just got to get this one right, and then we could use it throughout the whole entire factory. But getting the one right is the most important part. All right. There we go. Go to power, and then this will actually work if we do this and then just run this back up. So I think it's kind of funny that it actually works. There we go. So that has power. So we should eventually see some stuff coming out of there. Yep, there it goes. Going up there. Some stuff going down. We should see some stuff coming up the thing. Yep, okay. Looking good. Let's just peek inside and see how we're looking. Doesn't have a lot of limestone in there, but it's starting to build up. Got a little bit. Actually easier to get in the doors with those ladders there too. Alright, that one's backlogged. That one's getting there. So it's actually easier to get on the ladder and go in the door. And these are definitely backlogged and outputting. Both outputting out the back. God, that just like knocked me around there. See those going in there. Okay. We're going this way. Both crank it out. Okay. Going out that way. Going that way. They're both boosting. Yep. This one at the bottom is the one that's going to get it last, and that one's already full. Okay. Pretty sweet. Oh, we didn't, I thought we named that. I thought we, put that in there. Take it out and put it back in. We sure did. Oh, it just didn't show up. Clicked in, it showed back up after that. Let's go over here and click it and see if it shows up. Oh yeah, alright, there we go. Node 170 is good. Now we'll go ahead and put in our hypertube. And we can always have that on, so cannot connect more lines to this. Oh, you can only connect one line there. Oh, we want to connect this from the inside anyway. So we can go ahead and utilize connector here. See, the cool thing is when I turn off the nodes, it'll turn off the hypertube as well, which is super useful. All right, and if I want to run up into the hypertube, it works beautifully. Pop me right out the back. And then if we wanted to have it there, we could go ahead and do it again. Oh, we forgot to put a ladder in the back in case we just have the one thing. Yeah, let's think about that and do that while we're at it. Always fine tuning. Yeah, in case we just have just the one, we could just use that. Do it on both sides. All of this looking good. For output, save this. Save that change in there. I feel like we're good. I feel like that is awesome. And then you can see that it's node number 1, 780. It's concrete. We've got our outputs here. We got our inputs there. Awesome. Yep, that's why we're going to take it out. Let's make sure we got enough room, though. There we go. Take it out. Boom. Kismet, why'd you take it out? Well, I took it out because it ain't perfect yet. It ain't perfect till we put that ladder in the back, and I'm not going to manually put anything back in anymore. I'm just going to make sure that my blueprint is perfect. If I have to, I'm just going to take it out. All right, concrete. Direction here. Yeah, wrong way. There we go. A little bit over. Yeah, I like having the hypertube built in too. So again, if you got like 15 of these factories, you just connect all the hypertube and you go right to the back one. And then work your way forward or whatever. All these other ones can go bye-bye too, but I think I might have too much stuff in my inventory. Oh, come on, get all of it. There we go. Probably a good idea to put my stuff down. Let's just put this one over here by itself. All that stuff. Time to remove all these other factories. They are obsolete. Oh, we got our little tower up there too. Also, coal power. Obsolete. Well, this should be obsolete. We got power. Yeah, weirdly, this is not It's not tied into the rest of my power here. That's weird. Unnecessary. These pipes. All a big mess back here anyway. Using my filter, so I'm just getting this without getting the foundations. Belts. Get rid of all that stuff out of my inventory. Really useful, that filter, man. It really does a good job filtering all that stuff out. Got all these poles. Junctions. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Take out more of this pipe. Pipe and more pipe. Power is way over there. Way easier to dismantle it if I'm up on high, yeah. Trying to get this dismantle filter down. I think you just aim at it and hit G, but sometimes it like turns it off. So it throws me off. Like I should hit G here and then get all of that. G on this one, get all of those. G on that, get all of that. Pipeline supports. Zap all of that. There we go. Yeah, and I think like right now, everything but foundations should be my option. That'd be way easier. So these junctions. There's pipes here. Just gonna control click the rest of this. Okay, now we have all this stuff out here that we don't need. Am I doing inventory wise? Looking good. Just taking out all of our foundations, which are unnecessary. How many I can take out? Don't need that. A really great way to take these out. Oh, you're floating up in the air. Our new factory, and I'm going to leave one gap in between. Don't need those anymore. We don't need this. Open this pipes back here too. Removing all of my previous coal. All right, don't need the coal anymore. We're literally at 19,300 and we're using about 7,000. So yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. Okay. Now we need to reestablish our inputs. There. Reestablish our primary power line. There. That's going to start up. It's like starting up, if you know what I mean. And then we need to find out where the heck our thing was originally running. I don't know, but all of these lines should go too. I don't like any of that. Redoing all of this. Okay, I don't like it. Gotta go. So this one's the one we're going to prioritize, the top one. That's much nicer. Much more nicer. All right. Now we got 780 going in there, and it's going to always be producing 780. So we got some maths to do. So we settled on 6 of them per plant. Right here. So 6 of them per plant. Okay. Number constructors per let's just say 6 output oh, we should put input. Just like this, move this over. Alright, we're going to do some spreadsheet now. Okay, our input for each node, this is limestone, is going to be 45. Our output's going to be 15. So 45, this is going to be output of 15. So this is node number 1. These are our inputs, and then this is just offset so you guys can see what I'm doing. Limestone, so our input's 780, though if we double belt it, it'll be 1560. Our input's 45. We got 6 constructors per thing. Our output's going to be 15. Per factory. This would be output factory. We need our out and in per factory. Okay, so our in is just going to do the math for us. So we just take this number and we times it times this number, and boom, 270 in per factory. And then our output per factory is going to be 6 times 15, 6 times 15, which is going to be 90. All right, so that's looking good. Now, how many do we need to equal 780? Number of total constructors, total factories, I guess. Total factories would be 780 divided by 270, which says around 3, which means that it's a little bit more than 3. Or if we just take the input, and we'll add a column here on the left. This should be constructor input. There we go. constructor output. Total number of constructors. Needed constructors. There we go. You can also do this. This divided by 45 means that we need a total of 18, roughly 17 constructors. I would round this down to 2 decimals. Or round it up to the next one, which would be 18. In this case, it rounds it down, but I would round it up to 18 total that you need, so you could burn up that little bit of excess. So we could basically, let's see, it's per factory. How can we double check that number? So we have 6 per factory. We need 3 factories. So we double check. We could go in and we could take this number, 6 per, times this many factories should equal around 17. 17.333. There you go. All right. Yes, that's good. That's good. All good right there. Let's just a little extreme on the decimal places. There we go. So yeah. So this is a double check over here. We're gonna put that in red. Total factories. This would be in green because this is what we need. So that's how many total factories we need to use up 780 and produce at maximum. So this is in total factories. Double check, and then total output. So we already know what the total input is. The input's going to be 780. So the total output with let's see, 15 outputs. So we would go 15 constructors times times 17 constructors, which would be 260 roughly. 17.33 constructors. So it's going to output 260 concrete per minute. Which is basically another one that you could do is you could take the total output per factory and then the total number of factories, and you could time those together, which would give you the same number right there. All right, and this would be green as well. All right, so there we go. Did some of the math, a bunch of the math for us. So basically, the thing that we need to know is this number right here, how many factories we need to build. So we need to build 2 more of these babies and tie them all into each other. So first thing we want to do is get out of here and save the entire game. Over here. Save. All right, because that's looking good. Now, can we tie this factory into the next factory? That's a good question. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? I'll use this as a reference. So we can take this 10 out and we'll move that somewhere else. Let's see how well these go from factory to factory here. We need a lot of stuff. Okay, let's go here, press this twice. Oh boy, oh yeah. We get a bunch of goodies. I'm just going to try to get this concrete going, and then we're going to come back. We're going to do every single one in there. I don't know. I think I'm going to take a break, though. Take a little bit of a break. Maybe we'll come back, do a little Fallout 76. We'll see. None of the stuff that I need in there. Nope. None of that. All right. Let's go over here and let's get some of this stuff. God, imagine how backlogged this stuff's going to be. Massively backlogged. Quick wire. Be back here with our copper. Yeah. Plenty of that. I can't believe I didn't have any silica over there. That seems weird. All that stuff. High-speed connectors. Those we got. Okay, there we go. We got enough for 2 more. Now, again, what we're trying to do is maximize that that input node. So we're going to go in and really go to town on this. Again, it's not showing up again. Open it up and do that. There we go. Okie dokie. Never trust it. I want to just double check it. Yeah, there we go. And then we can cross connect these way up on the top, like this. Nice and easy. Just like that. Our hyper tubes. Let's go straight to the back one if we want to. We want to output here and input there. And we want to go out a little bit. Say like that. We could do it closer. Could do it closer. Even closer. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Very nice. And then those should already be lined up. And run that in there, and then now it's going to get that whole factory running. This is going to run all the way to here. Oh, I just thought of something that's awesome. It comes out over here, and then we can just tie this over to there, into that other input. Yeah, so sweet. Nice. Okay, like it. Same thing over here. There, match that across, run that there, run that over there. Cool. See some concrete coming out of here eventually. I tie the power across. I did not. Waiting to see some concrete come out of here. Now this one in the back is going to be starving. It usually is until these other two get all the way up to speed. But I'm going to do a little trick here. Yeah, there it goes. I'm going to do a little trick here. And this is the reason why we have multiple nodes running here. Is I'm actually going to take this other side right here. And we're going to run it this way. In fact, we could probably do something like this. Make this look nice. No. One of the drawbacks of these hanging things is sometimes it thinks you want to do that. Let's see it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on, work with me here. Just want to go right there. There we go. And I hope that this lets me go in there. Yep. And then this nicely around the corner. And then I want to go ahead and run this all the way that way. This is in my way. That's okay, because we'll just run it down for now. That. Alright, looks good. And we'll run this way out. Actually, we can just do this as a single. Let's just run these as single lines. Oh, I can just do this. There we go. Hit E. Got to get in the habit of doing that. I haven't really used that all that often. Where you run that like that. Where you have one of these selected and then you hit E and then it changes it. Like, take that out. I hit the middle of this one here. I hit E. It'll rotate to the third one and then to the single one. And then I can put that single one down. Run that across. Okay. And then right here, we're going to go ahead and merge. There. And maybe pull this forward again. Line that up somewhat. And maybe this side. I can just do this. I like that more. Down just a little bit further. There we go. Now what that's going to do is burn up the excess resources that are in the boxes back there. And there's a bunch of boxes of extra resources over there. And so that's just going to make my all these extra ones that are beyond that 17 that I have. And right now, how many do I have going? So if I have 3 times 6 going, let's do some more thing over here. Total construction output. So that would be 6 times 3. So it would be, I could take this number and round it up. I could do a formula that would round that up to 3 and do that. But if I have 3 factories, it's basically just going to be this number times 3. So that's going to be 18 total factories, and so it's going to have that extra 0.8. So one of those constructors is now going to be turning it out just that much more. And see, now this is running into my factory at 1560 and not 780 right now. And so it's going to burn up all this excess resources in the long run. And it'll start to diminish my resources, which is what I wanted to do. I wanted to diminish it down to the point in which it's running at 780, and then it won't matter. Then it won't matter, and then I can actually take out this line if I don't want it running there. It doesn't matter. In the end, it's just going to make a massive amount of concrete. And that's what you want. That's what you want to see, an obscene amount of concrete running over here. We can take this side off real quick just so we can see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's doing its thing. Okay, so note's good. Now, at any point, I can go in over here and I can turn this off. I could turn off got a whole bunch of those. Oh, they're all like that. Oh, I should have just added that after. I see. I see. Well, that's if I want to have one, but I could just have it turn off some of them. along the way. That's a good question. Good question. I'll think about it. What I could do is just disconnect. Just take this one off and just connect the power across. Actually, I wouldn't even have to connect it there. I could just connect it at the top like I did. Like this, and then just disconnect these. Because this is not really doing anything, because that's not connected. So I can just take these out, so it won't think those are extra nodes. But that is actually being controlled by the one in the front. And then we want to take this off of the thing, so it's not looking at that. So clear that out. Get all that. See, I can just go to the one here in front of my base too. And look, and now I should only have one. All right, there we go. That's what I wanted. Just have that one node, and so the priority group, the concrete can go off. That's fine. If I start losing power, concrete, that whole concrete thing, just gonna turn itself off. And that's fine. Okay, so yeah, looking good. So we just connect to the top. We take those things out in the front because they're not being used at that point. And we good. We're very good. Okay, so now I got to get this concrete over to this box over here where we got our line run right here. So again, we'll take this, hit E. I feel like this could be much higher. Don't like it. But there we go. All right, that sucker's outputting like a Bosch. I didn't build in my sorter in here though. Didn't build in the sorter. Where could I put in that sorter if I really wanted to sort? I just put it behind my normal sort boxes. Better for me. I don't need it to be as part of the factory, though it would be kind of nice if it was part of the factory. It would automatically sort into what is already there. I'll think about it. Think about it. Because we're coming up on time to play some 76, so let me think about it big time. This is working like clockwork out here. Yeah. This has got so much raw ore going in there. It's trying to burn up all that raw ore. That's awesome, though. That's awesome. Now it's going to basically replenish a lot of the concrete that was getting used elsewhere. Refill our box there. Yeah, our top box is still running down. Yeah. See, that's being used up, but it still needs to fill this top box. 4159. Yeah, it's totally running there like a boss. And then we'll go next factory and we'll take all that out, redo all of that, because we already have the bottom part. We're going to need some forges over there. Very tempted at building one of these with the forges on the top too. But just a few forges this way. I wonder if we could fit forges on there. Let's go see. Actually, let's click the thing first to see if we're missing any resources. Nope. I love how it's all in one too, so I don't have to run all the lines. Just a few little things I got to do. Smelters. Too tall for smelters. Be nice to be able to fit those on the top, though. I mean, we have enough room up there to fit it. Going this way. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could just set it on the top. So you set it on the top and it just fits perfectly on that little part, and then it just not too tall where it doesn't hit the ceiling. So that's 3 more up before it hits that. I wonder why that. Oh, that's because that's plane over here. Why is that not? Oh, because of the blueprint machine. I was gonna say, why does that not match up when I run that up? Because that should match up. Let's go look over here. One's actually down on the ground. Oh yeah, that matches up. Okay. Yeah, just a really cool little one. How many high is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. That matches exactly what we need. So basically that's going to be 4 high. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what we'll do is we'll use this. We'll take out all of the stuff and just use the shape of it. And then put a bunch of smelters in there. We'll probably stack 2 levels of smelters in there, I think. Maybe. Go over here and take a look. Thing is, when you run it real high like that, you're not going to be able to run anything above it. Oh, it's not going to let me get any closer. Yeah, we get 4 of them in there. And then we'll put the input on this side, and the output on that side. And then we'll have an output. And input to the next one. Eventually they'll need to go back and then drop down in the back and then run forward. Or we can just run it forward and then run it back. Either way. I kind of like the way these tie into each other. Yeah, definitely going to build something that goes right there. We'll have to remove all these lines And we'll have to run the lines in between the buildings for sure. All right, well, we got our Rosetta Stone that that goes to the other one. That only took 5.5 hours to get our concrete going. But hey, let's take a quick tour here before we take a break and move on to Fallout 76. Let's go. Let's see how it all started, everybody. How did it all start where we were running all this stuff and doing all this? Well, first I had an idea of improving my extractors and lining up to my extractors. We didn't get to doing another one. You definitely want to come and join us later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where I show you how I worked this extractor over here and perfectly lined it up on the extractor. But here we go. This is node number 1, and it is 780 running out of there. And what it does is has a backlog of both resources. So as you can see, it's absolutely cranking that out of there. We can see down in there, it's got tons and tons of boxes that it is backlogging. The extractor's over here. And that extractor right now is extracting at 780. That's the fastest it can ever extract. This is a pure node. I could tell it to extract it at maximum amount, but because you can't put a splitter directly on it, you're relying on the belt itself. It can't go more than 780. Now, it was going 240, so it was going a lot less before. But now it's going 780, so it is basically using up every bit of limestone that it possibly can use. And because we have backlogged a ton of it while we were working, it will also burn up all that backlog and extra resources. And I feel like that's the thing to do, because while I was working, it was in here shooting that stuff in a box and then filling up all of these boxes and actually raising it up to the other level, which is why I built such an elaborate one, is so it would build it up to my upper level here, so I can then, this is like my run level, so then I could run it down the way. And I'll do that with the rest of these nodes and bring them up here, and that'll make it easier for me to run all the lines where I need them to go. Now, right now, I have my copper running over here and connecting in, and my various iron nodes. But what I will do is I will run those very much like these, where I have just the extractors, one big thing. They're all labeled. They have their own run that goes into the system, and then that will then run down the thing. And I'll probably do them in order based on how far out they are. So I'll probably do the iron one next, right over there, and then I'll run that up. We'll run another line here, and we'll try to bring these up on top of these to run, or we can run them in their own separate line, but putting them on top would probably be the easiest. And then once we got it way over here, might be smart to run power through there too. I kind of feel like I want to run some power lines through this thing, so I'm always kind of able to run through there or float through there. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we're going to grab that. Does it put a double or does it put a single? Let's see. It put a double, and then same thing here. You can also run it down the side, which I do sometimes. You run it down the side and you put your things together. You never know it was there. I like to know it's there. I like to see my line runs. That's just me. But this is a great way to run power as well. Right down the center of your line runs. I have it over there. I have a little higher. Like this. Just like integrated with your deal, as well as allows you to float around with your little floater thingy, your hover thing. You only need one, by the way. Only need one, and then you can stack all the other ones on top, and then you'll have it at the bottom. The reason why you want it to be at the bottom is because that's usually where you're walking, and so you can just go ahead and double jump and then connect to it, and then be good. Again, we can bring the other ones down, go in there, and then run those down. Now, the problem when you're running them down, though, is that they might run into something else like that, or run into something that I've already run. So what I would do is offset them so they would be separate, and then keep offsetting. Now, in this case, since I know I'm going to have that thing on the top, that would be a great way to run this right here. And then I could go ahead and just run that into the smelter there, or in this case I could run it straight into this one, because this is the one that needs the raw ore, because this top part here is my forges. So these are the ones that are doing the iron things. Now I'm not doing it right now because I took all the line runs out, but I feel like the best way to fix this is to redo everything that you're doing and just focus on that one line, and then focus on the next line and next line. Now, if you're like me and you got absolute massive amount of resources backlog, it's not going to be that big a deal, especially all your starter stuff here. Like, I've got a lot of starter stuff, like plates and rods and all of that stuff, that I have a great abundance of, for sure. And the same thing with concrete. I got a great abundance of that as well, but I've been burning a bunch of it up because the stuff's been running while I've been working on it. But that's outputting 260 concrete right there, and that's the most it can possibly output. I can't output any more, and I should just do the maximum, right? You're not going to use raw concrete for anything else, so I just max it out. The thing you do use raw ore for is iron ore. Raw iron ore is used for steel production. One of the few times that you will do that. And then I'll just take that node and I will max out how much I can make out of it. And then you can work all the numbers on the way down there. And then we also got a nice central spot for our power, so we'll run that here and eventually just run that in the opposite direction here. Where do we pull that down? Right here. So we could run this one here into the ground like this, and run that over to there. And again, this allows me to have power up here, so I'm not running out of power while I'm running around. And this can tie down to there, so that actually runs that power all the way back from right there. So basically, instead of it coming from that direction this way, it's going this way to that way. I feel like I want this to go back over here. Yeah. I like that better. Yeah. Back over there. Or I could do, just have it go straight to the, have an in-between one right above it. We could do that. Nope. A good one straight above from there. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one better. Now I like that one better. Again, I could just bring it straight up. Again, I love doing these kind of runs that are just right above whatever it is the thing I'm doing. Like this. We can just try to get that straight. Like that. And then you don't see this kind of crooked line run. It just comes straight out of the thing. And then you can take this and just cross connect that into there, and now it looks beautiful. Again, all that little stuff, everybody, adds up. All that little cool stuff adds up for sure. Do I really need this one over here? What is this one doing? Oh, that's running over there to my my power plant. Why is this one not running over there? That off for a second. On this here. And that's there. Take this off. And that's there. And then we don't need this one anymore. There we go. And this one connect directly to that one for now. Maybe I should have put that in the middle. Yeah, I kind of feel like I should put this in the middle so it can connect to that one and this one and that one. So I could connect these things together, chain those all the way down, put that power in the floor, and then chain it all the way under the floor, all the way down, and you don't even need the towers at all, because you could cut off any of those individual lines using your things, and you wouldn't need any of these, at least in this location. I could just run it along there, or I could just tie it. I could tie it across the front of it, because all of these will look the same eventually. I could just tie it across the front. Yeah, put those up there. I go into the front, so all of these will be unified. This one I ran out the back and then had come back this way. But I feel like the thing is you want to unify it so you can just have these all the same direction coming in and out, and everything is unified in that way. So you're not dealing with the whole line run problem, for sure. Oh, we need to put in our thing here. And there. Wait, now I can run it on the inside. Run it on the inside. I'll try anyway. There we go. Test it out. Cool. Works good. Going back the other way. That's what I really need it for, because when I'm out there working way out there, I need it to get me back to the front of the factory. Like that. Man, very tempted to take this. Yeah. Yeah. They never knew it was there. Now, what I could do is run that up like that, run this out, run it to the next factory, and run it back. Also, what it does is it puts a bunch of that on the floor, so I can just fly along it all the way down as well. You can run all this in your floor, so you can just be running wherever. And then you can also run it in your ceiling. So as I'm sitting here on the floor, I can just hover up, and then when I get close to the ceiling, I also can just keep going and keep going like this, and just keep going and going and going as high as I want to go. Pretty cool. That's bringing in my resources over there. Oh man, we could be doing, there's so many things we could be working on too. See, look, I've got that power right there, which is helping me float around up here. Too cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take these out. I don't think I need these running down the middle of my base. Yeah, we got to get the smelting thing resolved. Yeah, then we can double run our iron next through there. Can't run along the back if the smelter's going to be there. The smelter's going to be on that side. You could run it to here and then run it around the front. Also just run it underneath here. Yeah, move that down. Yeah, the problem is running into other lines. Just figure out the logistics of the lines so they're not running into each other and blocking each other run line wise. Each one needs to have its own space to run. So run it down and then also run it back. If I put it there, then this line is in my way. But I can bring them down and then run them. But if I put them underneath, then I can stack a whole bunch of them and run them all underneath all the way down. Then have my outputs much lower. Have outputs crossing much lower and have all the line runs I need to do down that way. Yeah, I can have all the iron ore together. Put the copper together. Oh, I can put one of these iron ores together with the coal. The coal line. That line. One of these coal lines not even being used. See it right there. Unused coal line. Decisions, everybody. Decisions. Oh man, I'm just thinking about all the different combinations I could do there. Okay. So, and we probably got a reset there in 76. We could work on our dailies, do some re-rolls. Oh man, this makes me want to work on all that stuff. Don't worry, we'll work on that stuff tonight. First thing we want to do, save. Save the game. We'll go in and we'll see how well that factory works with our iron, and then we're going to be working on our plates next. So we'll work on our plates, and then we'll work on our rods again. But I really like this updated factory. I feel like it's got all the different things that I wanted. It's got the sign on there. It's got the shutoff. It's got a built-in hypertube in there. I wonder if there's a way. What I need is I need a sub shutoff of the hypertube. If I don't want the hypertube to be on, it's just wasting power. If I want to turn those entrances on and off, that would be a cool thing. I can actually turn the whole thing off if I want to. I can actually turn it off from anywhere. Node number 1, concrete. Make me think I wanted to have like a shut off on there. So it's not utilizing that hypertube all the time, only when I need to use it. But I'd need it on both sides to do that. How much power does that actually take? I forget. Let's go see if it actually says. Uses 10 megawatts, and so it's using 20 megawatts right now, and it's not really doing anything. Not really using it. Yeah, I feel like I want to cut off for that. Alright, let's just do it real quick. You know how it goes. One last little thing. So, power switch. Let's clear all this. One power switch. What do we need? AI limiter. Don't have any of those laying around. I thought I had some of those on me. Right there. Okay. So let's redo this. I think definitely we want to have a power switch over here. Power switch the other way. To there. We're going to go take this power out. We ran in here. Like that. And then we're going to put a double right next to it. Put this here. And then we would want to run this all the way through the back of here. Oh, that thing's in the way though. We want it to be right above the hypertube. Where does it not run into something? On the left? It's on the left of it. Of course it's on the left. We would want to add these connections in the blueprint. So when we run these, this would be specifically for just the hypertube all the way down. Yeah. Going to test it for now, and then we'll go fix it here. All right, where's the entrance? Let's take that entrance out. And is this going all the way down? Yeah, this is crossing there. And then we got it crossing there. So basically we're running a separate power line that's just for the hypertube. And when we put that in at the end, we can just try to, and then we'll go inside. And we'll connect this to that. I don't think it's on. The problem is how you turn it on from the other side. I wonder if I could. I wonder if I could control this one from far. Node 1 hypertube. Alright, so it's all power switches or just the these fancier switches? Let's find out. Yeah, it's the fancier one. So I'd need 2 of them. Yeah, I need to have another one of these over here. So that'll be up there. Yeah, it makes me want to put all that power that's underneath there also in the blueprint. Node 1 hypertube. Turn that on. And that going. And way in the back. Okay, so that's on. Oh, see, that's not connected in. So, connected that in, would it work? Nope. If I had it coming out of here into there. Oops. Coming out of here, going into there. Yeah, I can't control any of them. Oh, I can. Node 1 hypertube on. Node 1 hypertube off. All right, let's test it. Let's test it from this side. All right, so now I'm going to turn Node 1 hypertube off here. And then I run all the way to this side. And I'm over here and I'm like, oh man, I want to go in the hypertube. One time I want to go in the hypertube, it's off. But if I go in here and I turn it on, yeah, all right, that's cool, bro. That's cool. Well, see, that's going to save me, 20 power. And you're like, well, what's the big deal saving 20 power? Well, if I'm not using it in the moment, that's 20 power times every single factory that I have running. And I actually have a bunch of them running right here and up here and up here. And so that's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 200. That's a lot of power that's being, so you can see all of them there. And then if we go to the next one, we can see we've got more. Look at them all the way down. Look at that, 40, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Right there, another 100 power being wasted every minute. Another 100 power being wasted. And again, you only need the hypertube when you need the hypertube. And I feel like that's the thing that you want to do, is have a whole cluster of hypertubes that you can turn it on and off. which would be, and again, if my power is running low, which hypertubes would I want to turn off first? Those. Those would absolutely be the first ones I'd want to turn off. All right, pretty cool. So let's go fix that on the blueprint. Fix it on the blueprint, and just in case I did something to this, I'm going to clear it and reload it. All right. Now we want a second one. Ugh, I don't have enough thingies. Not enough thingies. All right, we're going to run into some 76 time. I think you guys have already figured that out. But we'll get to it here in a second. Want to get this going off. All right. And again, we'll do this. And we're going to go ahead and take this out and run these power lines under here. And under there. Yeah, I really like this kind of running it underneath kind of deal. That's pretty cool. And then those are connected together, and then I can just add it, chain it down the line, and then the whole entire factories can be turned on and off based on what we want to do. And we can customize these for each thing. Node 01, Hyper 2. Did I call it 01 or did I call it just 1? Node 1. Should probably call it 01. So you're going to probably end up with a whole bunch. Might want to call it 0001. Yeah, let's call it Node 01. There we go. And this will be Node 01 Hypertube. And then when we see it, yeah, it'll be the right way. Okay, so we got that going there. Now we need to go inside and up down here and run our double wall next to it. And that. That. So what this is like an A-B switch. So the power comes in on the A, goes out on the B. Now this switch over here will turn both this off and the hypertube off. But I can turn the hypertube off separately as well. And I think by default I should have it off, actually. Yeah, let's have default have that off. And then if I want to turn it on, I can just go over to it and flip it on and then use it when I need to. And then it's going to be running that way. I don't want to put an entrance in there because that may not need an entrance. So then I just have a bunch of extra entrances. I'll put the entrance I'll put in separate. Put it in there, tag it. That'll be the front one. And then run all the lines and then tag the back one. And that'll be good. And this one should be called Node 01 Concrete. Hypertube, other one concrete. Okay. Why do I have to call it node? Better idea. I already know it's a node. N01. For node. N stands for node. Make it even easier. That's how acronyms are born right here. Yeah, N01 concrete, N01 hypertube. Nice. Like it. I like it a lot. Now we're gonna take all that concrete out again. We're gonna take it all out to Make sure it's all part of one unified thing. I really like my little driveway here in the back too. Definitely going to utilize that. Now we could have built all of this before, except for, you know, some of the connections and things like that. But it's really cool when you have all the pieces and parts finally unlocked to get that going. All right, let's save that. We'll come back to that later tonight. Okay, so what can we do for right now? Let's go ahead and add some fun to the chat. We're going to bring up some fun, everybody, so get ready to interact in the chat. With today's electric build, a good idea, right? I know, right? That's a lot of electricity that I've been wasting on those hypertubes while I've been building this, and I realized it when I was taking those hypertubes out because they were just cutting into my power. And you need the ability to turn off those ones that you're not using most of the time. In fact, I would probably keep all the hypertubes off. I would keep them off and then, you know, put those things at the one end and the other end so you could turn them on and off remotely, which is cool. That's a great way of doing that. And then you could have, you know, kind of a global hypertube linked to that could turn all of them off if you wanted to do that. I find anything that you don't want to go off, don't put it on any line. Keep it separate, and then everything that you might want to go off, that you put on its own line, like I did with my production there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, and we'll work on all that stuff again later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For right now, we're going to play some words on stream while I take a quick break, and then I'll be back. We'll play a little 76, then I'm going to rest, and then I'll be back, and we'll play some more Satisfactory. All right, here we go. I'll be back in just a moment. Wow, you guys just got that one. I saw that. Good job, everybody. Good job working together. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I think my microphone's working over here. I bumped it. There we go. I thought of something when I was taking a break, everybody. This is how my brain constantly is thinking and iterating. Here in the back, we could put our output in there automatically, so we could just have it where it's already built in. Or we have the lifter already ready to lift it to the one behind it, so we don't have to keep doing that over and over, too. So now that's already built in, so we know that we can just run that straight back to the other one. We learned that in what we built earlier. We learned about our hypertubes and how to control our hypertubes. Oh man, we just learned so much stuff in this particular day. And then we also learned a great way of aligning all of our stuff perfectly to our nodes as well. So super awesome. Dig it big time. We'll save that because we're going to take those back out again and then rerun them again as kind of the finished product. And all we have to do is just do our connecting lines. Connect the line there, connect the line back, connect our power line across, and then connect our hypertube across. Yeah, or maybe we should do it now. We should probably just do it now. We should probably do it now. All right. This is about to fill my inventory, though. I gotta watch out. Let's go back over here. Wow, we didn't even take all that stuff out of there. That stuff's still in there. Wow. Okay. Put all this in here. Yikes. Okay, way too much stuff. Okay. All right. Say goodbye to all of this. Boom. And the one behind that one. And the one behind that one. Okay. Let's just fix it. Okay, so we can take all this out. Oops. Took my foundations out. Go back in. Okay, and these are all the cross connectors. And see, we put all this stuff in, but we want it to be part of its own connection. Big time. That's going to go there. This we want to take out. is our output. And I wish that aligned better. I wish that it aligned better. And we'll take this out. Oh, this one back here. And all of that back down. Oh, did we add the back one? We didn't add the one to the back. Ah. We're just trying to add so many features to our base here that that I definitely think it's worth it to keep iterating. Like iterate on it, iterate. I forgot to add the one to the back. So let's add the one in the back. Rooney here. Like this. And then we add... Oh wait, we could do that at the end. We could just leave that out. And at the end add our own. This way we don't end up with a whole bunch of those all the way down on the back and the front that we have to take out. This way we only take out the front ones, and then the back ones will still be good. Alright, let's save it again just in case. Save it again. Alright, that's like my best blueprint ever so far here. And we'll probably find some other things that we might want to add to it later as well. But now this is what makes it super easy, is the fact that you already know what you need to do. Pretty much. Okay, it says something is in the way. This is in the way. That's in the way. Any boxes under here? Nope. Okay, try it again. There we go, golden. Golden. I'll take this one out temporarily. Connect that back. Now we only need to do that on the front one, and don't necessarily need to do it on all the others back here. In fact, we could probably just take all these other ones out. Need more circuit boards. We can just take all the other connectors out in the front. Circuit boards. You hiding circuit boards? There's one in here. Wow, what happened to our circuit boards? Apparently we lost our circuit boards there. Oh, they're probably in the other thing. Circuit boards, what do we need? More plastic. Plastique. Right there. Make a bunch of them. Make a bunch! Actually, let's do this. Better idea. Let's go in here and let's press this twice. See what else we're going to be missing here in a minute. More circuit boards. Oh, I think we need more circuit boards than we needed before because we are doing more of these things. Okay, and we need more wire. And just assume we're going to need more of that. Those rods. Cable. Definitely have plenty of that. And over here. A dish. Alright, there we go. That'll make that way easier. Alright. We got the front one all rigged. Okay, we have our 3 in there. This one's got power. Start to get that running again. There we go. And then our output. Up there. There we go. It started right up. Nice. Now this is actually off right now. That's off. By default, it's off. By default. Wait, no, that's off. Default, that's on. I have that on over here? I thought I turned that off. Do it again. All right, let's test it. Nine. We gotta get this down, everybody. We gotta get it down, get it running well. While we're in the zone. I always feel like when you're in a creative zone like that, you don't want to jump out of it. You want to stay in that zone and see if you're good. Yeah, see, that's off by default now. All right. And that's on. Okay, that's much better. And we'll run this line. There for now. And again. Out. Run that in. So, the only thing I'd change is that that's off by default. And I'm just going to take this out and take that out because no need for it. We're going to trash this through. We're going to run this to there. Take this, run that into there, and tie our power together all the way down. Take this out, and that out, that's there, that's there. There. Our merger. Out of plates. Plates. Yeah, and I'm the type of person that'll do that over and over and over until I have it down. That's just the way I am. Because again, once I have the one down, all the other ones are good after that. And merge. In there. Then we got to cross run these into the top one. Not enough aluminum sheets. And then your entrance up here. Pull it from both ends. Be N01 back hypertube. Okay. And then we can turn this one on. And that ran power back here. Good. And there. And then connect to that. Actually, connect that nicer inside. don't see the wire on the outside. Yes, I just tiny little details like that make a difference to me. Same thing with this one in the back. It's the tiny little details. Okay, boom. Now one in the back is just so I can control the one in the back as well. And then we just say, you know, on a hypertube. And see, it automatically turns the one off in the back. Concrete on. This one says, you know, one hypertube. That means there's one in the one I didn't take out. Oh, that's in the, probably in the thing. Yeah, we don't really need this one in the back, but that's okay, I'll leave it there. Cross that over. We did our cross, we need to do our cross connections here. Oh, we didn't have enough aluminum, that's the other thing. Well, I was using the hypertube to get the aluminum. Now I remember. Output of this one to connect there. Should be running a lot more. All right. Here. Where's that light off? Working good. Got backlogged all my. Oh, that's not working. There we go. I connected it right. I don't know. It wasn't working. Freaky. All right. Stuff's working. Those are all working. Yeah, so you can see it running across. I kind of feel like I wanted to run that straight. In future ones, I probably want to run that straight all the way down. Just go fix it. I mean, it's fine on that one. But I feel like we want to run that just so that it runs straight. We'll run it between the two. Let's get our filter here. Just run it like this. And that's because when we run these things with the forges on the top, we'll want that to run straight. Let's save it like that. Again, that one is just basically going to be replicated all the way down. That's how I did all the rest of these. I just make one of them that's like the universal one for constructors, and then you just make the variations of what the constructors are actually making all the way down. And then we'll put our forges on top, and we'll run our lines out and in between, like right here, in between these. Of course, I'll have to actually connect them across, so That'll be fun to figure out. Maybe we should be running our lines down the center. Yeah, down the center, and then just having them switch over. See, this stuff over here on the side over here is no longer going to be there. So all of this is going away, and this is actually going to be where the storage is. The storage is going to actually be built into the side right here. So inside here, there's how many boxes? 3 boxes. So there's 3 boxes there. So that's 3, 6. That's 9 back up there instead of just 4. So eventually, I won't have to run that over there. So all this middle stuff here will actually be gone. Yeah, I feel like maybe we want to move this over. We want to move all this over to run down the center. And then we could just off feed to each of those things, and that would probably come out much nicer in the long run. Every single second, everybody, I think of something else. I'm like, wait a minute, I could just make that run across like that now. And the reason why is then I could use this bottom output to jump up there and grab the resources if I wanted to. So if I wanted to just kind of fly in here and grab the resources out of there, I could just do that. Or I could just jump and grab it without my little thing. Take my thing off. Just jump. Oh, or maybe not. There we go. Yeah, I got it. What if I just leave the bottom open? Leave the bottom open, just run under here and grab it from underneath. I like that even better. All right. We're going to leave it like that. If I need the resources, I can run under and grab it. If I need more resources, I can run to the next one, and I can run under and grab it. Yeah, I like all of that much better. Ah. Whoa! Look how far it shot me! Got me way over here. Alright, gotta go. Like, Kismet, not again! Yep. Gotta go. We'll get this. I mean, we got it. But we're just making improvements little by little as I think of them. And this way we don't have a problem when we're doing all of our stuff here. I might just leave that one in the back there. We'll take it out. All right, here we go again. Getting real good at it, though. Practice makes perfect. Oh, God. My arrows aren't doing what I think they're supposed to be doing. Okay. And we're gonna have this so down, it's gonna be like ingrained in my brain. Okay, by default, this is off. Awesome. And that is on. The entrance right there. go inside. Do the entrance from inside. Like so. We'll work on our power. Click our sign. We are going to run there. The first factory should start going. And this runs out of there, and instead of being that weird kind of thing we had before, oh, it's too steep now. Fine. Yeah, much nicer. I feel like now I can move it over. Now that I got it like that, I can move it over here and just run it over there. That's okay. Okay, so all of that's good. Then forward, we take all this out. We connect this one across to there. Hyper tube. Connection. That out, this out. Cross connection. Hyper tube. Power. On this particular one, we got a little extra something, which is our merger. Merge all that extra stuff in. It's gonna do its thing. All that's good. Go to the back. Put in a entrance. Entrance there. Bruh. Bruh. Get out of here. That's all of our power. That's good. These are going to be much nicer connected there. There we go. Way nicer. Okay, all of that seems to be running. There. Oh, and then our thing in the back. Hyper tube. Hyper tube works perfect. Put that off. Could have done it in here too, but I just flipped it off in the front. And now we're not wasting that thing. I can see there's some concrete right there. If I needed some concrete, I could just jump up there or grab some. I can run underneath and grab it from under there if it's backlogged. But going to run it out until it fills my other thing up. But normally this would be where I would then start grabbing it from underneath, which is even better because then it's not on the ground level like these ones over here, kind of blocking my way to get by. Yeah, I like that. You just run under there, and if any of these are backlogged, if this is backlogged all the way back to here, you can simply just get the one from the back. You don't have to run all the way to the front every time when you need those resources. I like it. I like it a lot. I wish there was some sort of foundation that had kind of like a split in the center. Then you could have that split open, and then kind of like we do in 7 Days to Die, we're using the bars, and then you're getting it from underneath. That would be useful. Very useful. Alright, I like all of that. We fix all the funny thingies on all this. Let's fix all of these signs. Okay. My little thing back on. How are we looking? It's pretty good now. Oh yeah, all the factories are outputting pretty nicely. All start to get backlogged again. Look at all this extra limestone. I'm just gonna throw it away. Nice. Good. Feeling good about that. Feeling good. I think we finally fine-tuned it for the last, God, how many hours? 6.5 hours? But we did work on the node too, so I feel like that has a bunch of, that like has every feature combined into one thing that is doing all of this stuff over here, other than my sorter. But my sorter, I really don't need this many boxes. See, I could have it where this side wasn't so overrun with these boxes, and just have one box that is my box that has the stuff. I kind of feel like I don't even need that anymore. I just need to have all this stuff in a row, and have factories on both sides. Yeah, we have factories on both sides, so we could have our concrete and say metal on this side, all of our copper stuff on that side, and this kind of go back and forth down the way, and then the larger factories up above, so we could just run those up to those up above. Yeah. Yeah, big time. It's definitely feel like I should run it down the center, though. Definitely run it down the center. Yeah, and eventually all this stuff will run out, which will make it easier for me to take all these boxes out. All this stuff will eventually stop because it's going to burn up all the base resources, and then once it burns up those base resources, do it. I can also run all this stuff into the Awesome Sink and just remake it. I can do that as well. Especially when I get all my factories going, I can just cut that line and let it backlog in the factory, and I'll have 6 boxes of concrete there, and then 6 boxes of plates, and 6 boxes of this and that and the next thing. And then also using a tremendously less power, because all the hyper tubes will be out and they'll be off. Plus we'll go in and we'll boost all of our nodes. Let's go look at our nodes here real quick. I know we're running way over, running like an hour over now for 76, but we'll get into it. Don't worry. We'll get into it for at least a couple hours, try to get our dailies done. That'll be my big goal today. If I get my dailies done, I think I'm doing good. Let's go look at this iron node right here. This will probably be the next thing we do. Iron node is 360 right now. I think it's a normal node. Put it down at 240. No, that is a pure node. That's a pure node. Because if I turn it down to 100%, it's 240, which means that it was originally 120 because it got doubled. And that's going to be another one that's going to be coming out at 780. So we'll probably split that one in half, and half of it will be plates and half of it will be rods. Because that's a lot. That's a lot just for plates and rods. And we have more than enough plates and rods now, let alone doubling that up. Yeah. And I could use it for steel as well. Our steel is like really well off right now too, so I have a separate line for that. We also upgrade all of our coal lines. Man, there's so much we could do. And the copper lines here too. Yeah, I think the thing that I'm hurting in copper is our sheets, I think. Let's go look. Might just be on the other side. We won't know. Not in there now. Not in there any longer. Okay, well, used up that. Yeah, this is, I believe this is my copper sheets. It's the third one in. Let's go look. I got them all marked back here. Yeah, copper sheets is the thing that we need a lot of. Huh. Let's put this copper all in a row. Put all the iron in a row. Yeah, so you got your plates in the front, rods, screws, all like that, and then they all just return this way, and then you have all the smelters up on top, running all the way out. Or I can give them their own separate factories. And that would that'd make it closer, but that wouldn't compress a lot of this. One of the things I'd love to do is compress this down, but then I wouldn't have the boxes either. And this is going to be much closer to this one, so it's going to take less distance that direction. Yeah, so that'll be right there. It'll be right here. It'll be right here. It'll be worn over. Yeah. Those will be closer. And then each one will have its own box. I go grab resource. They're going to be much more spread out though than my boxes over here. But I could put them on both sides and just put my hub in the center. In the center right there. And then you just have it on both sides. So if I need copper, it's over on that side. If I need iron stuff, it's on this side. It's not as nice as having them all in a row, though. But it will alleviate all of this mess. Just gigantic mess of stuff over here. And running stuff down the center would be incredibly useful, too. I just want to take all of the concrete and run it actually back over there, so it backlogs in all 6 of those boxes instead of running it over here, so I can take that out. That's an even better idea. Let's take that out. Actually, we'll leave the connection in there. Leave the connection. We want to reverse this. I want to take this, cut that from the rest of our production. right now. Screw the rest. That production. We just take all this stuff out. Take all this mess out. There's a box in there. Boxes everywhere. I'm gonna leave that one in. The biggest problem is if we accidentally cut something off that cuts off our power, then we'll be in trouble. But we want to go ahead and run this back and empty that box into those boxes. And then we won't need those boxes down there anymore. Just doesn't make it. Well, let's just do this. This is all going to be temporary here. Real obvious that that is temporary. Let's do this. Okay, yeah. So that's going to backlog, take everything out of there and put it in here. So we can just use it out of here. That's cool. That's very cool. And then we just pull that whole line of boxes out. Yeah, neato. Take this out now. Take that out. Take this ladder out. And then next time, I'll just let this run. And next time we come in, there's going to be no concrete running into it. So basically it's just going to empty that out big time over there. That's gonna take a while. Gonna take a while. This is still running down, yeah. So this is running down. This is running down from the top right now. So 4 out of those 6 boxes are gonna fill up pretty quickly. Cool. Yep. Look at the bottom one's already filled up. That tells you that the top 2 are already filled. Oh no, because I stopped it from running out. That's why this bottom one's filling. Yeah, so it's already filling up the bottom one here. Filling that up big time. We could run it out at double speed too. But I feel like I'll just let that run off stream. Big time. Man, I wish I got all the other ones in because I could be then running those out. That's exactly what I'm going to do when I do each one. When I do each one, I'm going to just run it into there for it to backlog and save it on that side and get that going. I think that's what I will do too. I'm just going to do concrete and then do all the iron on this side and then switch over here once I get all of this stuff out of here. And this I can run into another box for now. And then I can take all of this out. And then we can put our reinforced iron plate production over there by where all this stuff is, right above it. And we can run our plates and our screws up there to do as many plates as we want to do. And then we'll have another factory up above, which will hold all the reinforced iron plates as well. Or I could put the reinforced iron plates at the end. So we have plates, we have rods, we have screws, and then reinforced iron plates there maybe. And then we can just run this out, run that out, and those will be connected together. All in a sequence there. And if I need any of those, they'll all be right there. And then we can bring the copper over here. Maybe copper and quick wire. Copper and quick wire on this side. Yeah, we could probably bring this in closer too. Probably don't need it to be like too wide that way. So if we went here and went too wide that way and then started putting our factories right there, we could put our hub right down in the center. Say down here. Put our hub down here, and then we'd be in the center of all the resources. So if we needed to go grab something, it would be nearby. Oh man, can't wait to do all of that. Okay. Fallout 76, let's go. Just crushing it. Save. Man, that was super fun. Super fun. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and jump out of there. Quit to the desktop before I think of something else I want to fix. Let's get into some 76. Not gonna do any stream raiders, just all of that, because I'd have to restart and do all of that. So we're gonna go ahead and just get switch on over here to some Fallout 76. And let's go do that. Let's go. Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriplin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.